Right. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Welcome to our meeting, Pinole City Council meeting for Tuesday, June 20th at 2023 at 5 p.m. is now called to order. The first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you will rise and or take a moment of silence. Thank you so much. And our land acknowledgement reads, before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. And we thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support. And we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. And thank you. We're now on item number 3, which is our roll call and city clerk's report. Madam City Clerk, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Murphy.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms. Here. Councilmember Tate.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Here.
Councilmember Sasai.
Here.
City Manager Murray.
Here.
City Attorney Kasher.
Here.
Deputy Clerk Stone.
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Thursday, June 15th at 3 p.m. with all legally required notices. Public comments were received in advance of the meeting, distributed to staff and council, posted on the city website, and copies were made available for the public at the back of the chambers. We do have a request for remote attendance this evening from Councilmember Tave for a qualifying just cause as exception. So in accordance with AB 2449 and the Brown Act, we will have council member provide a brief description of the reason for his request, and then council will vote to approve the request.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. Yeah, so I'm home, childcare. I don't have anybody over the age of 18 in the room.
That's perfect. Thank you. And now we'll just need a motion from the council.
I'll move that we approve remote attendance by Council Member Tate.
I'll second. All right, there's a motion and a second. Any questions on the motion? City Clerk Bell.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries. Excuse me, does the council have any conflicts to report on our agenda items this evening? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Next, we'll have the next item on the agenda is to convene to a closed session. This evening, we have 2 items on our under closed session. The first is item A, which is public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54957. The title is City Manager, and we also have a conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code 54957.6. Agency designated representatives are City Attorney Eric Kasher, Human Resources Director Stacey Shell, Gregory Ramirez from IEDA. Employee organizations include the Pinole Police Employees Association, also known as PPEA, AFSCME Local 1 and Local 512. Madam City Clerk, are there any public comments on these items?
Thank you, Mayor. And I did want to also add for item 4B, City Manager Murray will also attend that closed session item as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Deputy Stone. Yes, we do.
Yes, we have Cordell Hindler.
Good evening.
Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Yes, so good evening, Mayor Murphy, Council. I'm a written resident, so I have 3 comments. So number 1, I think that City Manager Murray has done an exceptionally wonderful job. He always provides updates on what's on the upcoming council agenda. Even the department directors respect him. That's 1. And then number 2 is the Pinole Police Department has done a lot of good work regarding the public safety. So when you go in the closed session, let those words, let them sink in. Because I think Mr. Murray has done a terrific job. So hopefully y'all come out of the closed session, acknowledging him for all the hard work he has put in. That's it.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right, well, we will now convene to our closed session, and we should be back no later than 6 p.m. If we are, we'll have Pinole Television put that as a note. All right, thank you so much. We'll convene to a closed session. All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you for being in the chambers and thank you for your patience. This is the Pinole City Council meeting for June 20th, 2023, and we are now reconvening to back into our open session. The council has met and we will be continuing our closed session into after the meeting. And that being said, we are going to move on to item number 6, which is our citizens to be heard. This is for items not listed on tonight's agenda. So if anyone would like to make a public comment, the time limit is 3 minutes. And of course, you are welcome to fill out a yellow card and pass it to our city clerk. And if you have any public comments, you'll just step up to the front. And again, this is for items that are not currently on their tonight's agenda. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comments this evening?
No public comments for this item.
All righty. So in that case, I think we'll go to item 8, and then we'll go back to item 7, which is our report communications. Item 8 is recognitions, presentations, and community events.
There, we do have one.
Rafael Menace.
Wonderful. Good evening, Mr. Menace.
Good evening. Mayor, good evening, Mayor, Council, members of the staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Menace. I'm a resident of Pinole. Sorry about the confusion. There were a lot of cards at the back of the room, but I just brought them forward. So I have a few things I'd like to talk about under citizens to be heard. First, I'd like to thank Councilmember Sassai for inviting me to the Pinole flag raising and celebration of Philippine Independence Day this Saturday. It was a great event. Both the speeches offered by the consul and the sort of festival, I guess, over behind St. Joseph's Church afterwards were both great events. Glad to be there. Second, I'd like to remind everybody about a couple of events that are going to be going on this week. Tomorrow from 8:45 to 9:45, there's going to be a porch run starting at, I think it's the intersection of Tennant and San Pablo at 8:45, and then continuing on down to the western edge of the city along San Pablo Avenue. I'm assuming they're going to get there around 9:45. And then this Sunday, there's going to be the Pinole Car Show, which is going to be shutting down a significant portion of San Pablo Road from 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. on that day. It's going to be the car show itself. I think it's going to be from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. And there's also going to be pancake breakfast at the senior center from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. or whenever the senior center runs out of pancakes, which may very well be sooner than that. So I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of those things. And then finally, I'm not sure if this is more for here or whether it should be under future agenda items, but I would appreciate it if the council would consider either this year or in future years raising the Progress Pride flag to honor Pride Month, because it covers and expresses pride for more communities than the Pride flag does by itself, by expressly acknowledging trans communities in particular, which I think is important given the world that we're in and attempts at various levels of government to frankly erase trans people's existence, ban therapies to conform with their chosen gender, create various fines to limit discussions of their lives and their existence. I think it's important that, we push back against that and that we recognize that, Pride is about all the LGBT and Q community, not just some parts of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Menace. Madam City Clerk, do we have any other public comments?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right, thank you so much. That leads us to item 8, which is our recognitions, presentations, and community events. We have some wonderful guests in the room, and we are here and really proud to highlight them this evening. We're going to start with Proclamation 8A number 2, which is our Contra Costa County Poetry Out Loud Champion. Where's Harper? Okay, no worries. She's having fun. Good. Because she has won, she's a Poetry Out Loud champion. So we are going to read this. And Mr. Kleiman, if you will, we will give you the proclamation this evening and hopefully have it to sent to her if we can. Thank you. So again, the first one is our Contra Costa County Poetry Out Loud champion. And if the council will join me in reading aloud. Usually I have my proclamations together. Not the same. All right. Whereas each school in Contra Costa County has the opportunity to host a competition for their school representative in the Poetry Out Loud contest.
And whereas the event features students performing up to 3 works to the best of their ability, and
whereas a panel of judges weigh the students on delivery, skill, and emotional impact, and
whereas students must memorize their pieces and determine how they will organize and perform, and
whereas Harper represented the school, district, and county so well, and
Now, therefore, I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby congratulate Harper Elias on being the Contra Costa County Poetry Out Loud champion. Congratulations, Harper. We have such a full room too. If our Pinole television can get Harper, these are all of your community. We are so proud of you. And again, congratulations. We'll give this to Mr. Kleiman, Principal Kleiman, and hopefully we'll get this to Harper. All right, our next one. Are y'all ready for this? California High School Speech Association Student of the Year. Where is Sheila McKinney at? Oh my gosh, yes. I am wonderful. So recognizing Sheila McKinney, California High School Speech Association Student of the Year. Whereas Sheila McKinney, competing in the original prose and poetry event during her senior year, won the California High School Speech Student of the Year Award from the Forensics Organization at the State Speech Tournament Championship this spring in San Diego. And
whereas Sheila qualified for state in the individual event category and was honored amongst the hundreds of California high school students to earn that honor, and
whereas she was the only one earning recognition for her service and talent for the scholastic event itself.
whereas Sheila described what speech means to me and what it means to use your voice as an advocate, and
whereas the award capped a great speech career for one of the school's historical best, and
now, therefore, I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby congratulate Ms. Sheila McKinney for her award of the California High School Speech Association Student of the Year. Congratulations. So y'all know we're in Pinole, right? And you know Pinole Valley High School has really, really made us proud. We have so many proclamations this evening. The next one is for the Pinole Valley High School boys soccer team. Whereas Pinole Valley boys won the first title in boys soccer in school history this winter, beating Salesians 2-1 to cap a great come from behind game and season. And
Whereas they earned a #1 seed in the Tri-County Athletic League by going undefeated in 12 games. And
Whereas both singles and doubles teams came up big when it counted most and were able to win the first tennis flag for the school in decades when they came from behind to win the title game on the road. And
whereas the boys move up to the Rock Division after taking the league title and hang a flag on the wall of their dominance and good citizenship. And
Whereas this is the season, a season that goes down in Pinole Valley history as best ever for Spartan boys soccer. And
now, therefore, I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, and State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proudly congratulate the Pinole Valley High School boys soccer team on their winning season. Feel free to come up, guys. All right, let's keep the celebration going, right? Pinole Valley High School boys tennis team. Yes. All right. Now I want to be loved after this first stanza, so I'm going to try to do this the best. Recognizing the Pinole Valley High School boys tennis team, whereas Kokayai Mayfield, Javier Huerta, Daniel Bonte, Donovan Bonte, Patrick Edward Deza, Justin Sanchez, Noah Villa, Carl Ramondo, Javier Rodriguez, Miguel Harper Ramirez, Josiah Earton, Abe Ora, Carlo Baboy, the boys Spartans tennis team, won the Tri-County Athletic League title in the Stone Division when they beat Richmond High School to clinch the division. And
whereas boys singles and doubles led the team to an undefeated season in the TCAL play, and in doing so qualified for the prestigious North Coast Section Championship. And
whereas both singles and doubles teams came up big when it counted most and were able to win the first tennis flag for the school in decades when they came from behind to win the title game on the road. And
Whereas Coach Kurt Howarth mixed and matched the boys all season to maximize their performance. And
whereas to celebrate, the boys champions played an exhibition game against the Spartan girl champion, meaning that truly everyone connected to Pinole Valley tennis ended this year a winner.
now, therefore, I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, along with the Pinole City Council, do hereby congratulate the Pinole Valley High School boys tennis team on their winning season. Congratulations. Come on, guys, yes. Softball team. Whereas Spartan softball wrapped up the best year in Pinole Valley sports history with a season that topped almost all others in school history. And
Whereas the Pinole Valley squad won the Tri-County Athletic League regular season, the Tri-County Athletic League playoffs, the North Coast section, first crown since 2009, and finally made a deep run in the regional North State tournament as well. And
Whereas the Spartans finished the season in an astonishing 29-2 and did not lose a game to any Contra Costa teams all season. And whereas Coach Jason Tatro pushed all the right buttons and his daughter, senior Kailani Tatro, thank you, pitched every inning of every game to be named Player of the Year in the entire Metro Bay area. And
Whereas numerous girls won postseason honors and the girls represented the school and community for the most dominating season in recent memory. And
Whereas favored and first seeded through most of the season, softball justified and defended their turf in a campaign that opened the new field in the finest style and brought pride and joy to Pinole.
now therefore I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the Pinole City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby congratulate the Pinole Valley High School girls softball team on their winning season. All right, so this evening, our last proclamation to support Pinole Valley Athletics goes to the state best girls athletic director, Tiffany Valdehueza. Whereas Tiffany Valdehueza is being honored this year as California's best athletic director for girls in the entire high school realm. And
Whereas she managed all of the logistics for boys and girls teams, varsity, junior varsity, and freshmen. And it has been a wonder to see how much energy and how diverse Pinole Valley sports program has become. And
Whereas girls volleyball won a TCAL flag for the second year in a row, cross-country runners qualified for North Coast, while the girls tennis team won its first ever flag on our brand new court. And whereas Winter saw the boys soccer team win the Tri-County Athletic League title, and both boys and girls basketball earned the right to North Coast glory. And
As the spring brought out even more glory, boys tennis won the TCAL to inaugurate the new court, and baseball played its best on its new field by winning TCAL 2. And whereas softball won the TCAL regular season and playoffs in North Coast for the first time since 2009, when they were coached by Miss V, and made a deep run in regionals too. And
Whereas swim competed in North Coast and badminton also went to NCS and represented well. Golf also sent a player to North Coast, wrapping up the most amazing season for both individuals and teams. And whereas every part made possible by the best athletic director who organized and coordinated this entire endeavor with joy and hard work.
now therefore I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby congratulate Ms. V for her award of the state of California's, the state of California's Best Girls Athletic Director. Congratulations. Now, before folks leave, just wanted to say that a future council meeting will be recognizing the Pinole Valley High School baseball team as well on winning the TCAL title. So Pinole Valley High School, I want to say that your work and athletics is so important to us. But what we know as a city is that you all are not just doing work in athletics. It's your leadership, it's your character, it's your brilliance that is making us so, so proud. Continue to make our city proud, continue to be good, kind people, and continue to create a sea of learning for all of us. Because what we know is that you all are creating the standard, not just for Pinole, not just for state of California, but the entire nation. Thank you for being here. All right, and we do have one other proclamation this evening that we'll read. And that's the Independence Day proclamation. The council does not meet until the third Tuesday of the month of July. So we'll be reading our Independence Day proclamation right here, right now. Whereas on July 4th, 1776, the Continental Congress declared that the 13 American colonies were no longer subject to the monarch of Great Britain and were united, free, and independent states. And
Whereas the 13 colonies soon adopted the Declaration of Independence, a historic document drafted largely by Thomas Jefferson. And whereas since then, July 4th has been annually celebrated as Independence Day, also known as the 4th of July, to commemorate the birth of American independence with festivities such as fireworks and parades. And
Whereas in 1870, the U.S. Congress made Independence Day a federal holiday, and this day continues to remain an important symbol of patriotism and political freedom. And
Whereas on this day, individuals celebrate by displaying the American flag outside their home or buildings, arranging fireworks, often accompanied by patriotic music, and simply enjoying time with their families. And
Whereas we should also take time to appreciate the history, heritage, and people of our great nation, express our loyalty and pride for America, and give thanks for the freedom and liberties fought by the first generation of our people. And
now, therefore, I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim July 4th, 2023 as Independence Day in the City of Pinole, and I encourage all Pinole residents to observe this day with the appropriate celebrations. Thank you so much, community. That leads us to our, actually to ask if there's any public comments on our proclamations or presentations this evening. No public comment. All right, thank you so much, Madam City Clerk. We'll go on back to item number 7, which is our reports and communications. And we will start with council reports so I can get prepared. So 7C, we'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Tom.
it's going to have more time. So a couple items is last Friday, I attended the General Assembly of ABAG, that's the Association of Bay Area Governments, where we approved the budget and the work plan for the coming year. And we did in the afternoon had some keynote speakers, very good speakers about reminding us all about the value of living here in the Bay Area and how despite the fact that we have challenges, we also have a leg up where we live in such a phenomenal place. The day also marked the 60th anniversary of ABAG. And just a side note that I got to the meeting on Westcat Links, which was extremely convenient. I picked it up here in Hercules and it dropped me off a block away from the meeting place. And I'm a board member of Westcat and don't really get an opportunity to use the service other than going to ABAG meetings. And I just wanted to really brag about what an incredible service that is. We also had a Westcat meeting last week and we approved the budget for the coming year. And then the other item I wanted to echo, which Mr. Menace also mentioned, is that the torch run will be leaving Hercules at about 8 o'clock tomorrow. This is the law enforcement torch run in support of Special Olympics. And they expect to have it arrive here in Pinole from Hercules for the Hercules team to pick up the torch and take it down San Pablo Avenue. I am aware of 4 city employees that are going to be participating in that, if not more. But the ones that I have seen that have registered include Matt Avery, our lieutenant, Fiona Epps, Olivia, and our city manager. And I would encourage the public, if you're available, to come out to the corner of Tennant and San Pablo Avenue around 8:30, 8:45, to see the exchange in the torch. It's very moving. And I'm blessed with the opportunity to see the torch as it arrives in Santa Clara on Friday night. And it's a very moving experience where they do collect videos of the torch as it left Sacramento last week and until it enters the opening ceremonies Friday night. So, and that's all I have to report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Toms. We'll go to Councilmember Tate.
Nothing to report.
Thank you, Councilmember Tate. We'll go to Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. Since we last met, I attended a city manager sales tax working group. This is a subgroup of the Revenue and Taxation Policy Committee of Cal Cities. The working group was discussing purchasing agreements which have to do with primarily where cities have either a distribution center such as a warehouse or a distribution center of products that are purchased online. Most of us commonly recognize those huge warehouses that store the products that we probably buy online. The discussion had to do with trying to determine if there was a more equitable way where cities that do not have these purchasing agreements might benefit from how the taxes are obtained. At this point, what we know is that the tax law allows for those purchasing agreements to exist between cities. Cities have different percentages where the revenue that's obtained from those agreements gets distributed to a city and also to the business that houses their different products. And also a question of whether there ought to be any reform in the county pool, which sees some of those revenues generated and in turn affects how much money is allotted to a city. So more discussion about that between now and September, when there may be a recommendation from this committee to eventually the board of Cal Cities to determine whether there would be any way that a legislator might pick up on the ideas that have been discussed at this committee, at this subgroup, and carry some legislation for possible reform to be determined, to be seen. The other meeting that I attended along with Council Member Sasai was the City Seal Ad Hoc Committee, and catch us, either Councilmember Sasaya or me at a city-sponsored event between now and the end of the year, where we will be where we will happily be representing the city along with staff to encourage people to participate in the survey that is now available to provide us, the city staff, with input on how that updated county seal and a logo separate from the county seal ought to be, or what it ought to look like, what its design ought to be. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Rubin. We'll go to Councilmember Sasai.
Thank you. And as Mr. Menace had mentioned, we had our Philippine Independence Day flag raising ceremony last Saturday, and it was historic on a lot of levels. First and foremost, because it commemorated the very first time we issued a proclamation for Philippine Independence Day here in the city of Pinole, but also commemorated the 125th anniversary of Philippine Independence Day. And so we had a lot of great speakers. We had Father Joffrey from St. Joseph Church. We had the board of Pinole Club. We had the Philippine Consulate General of San Francisco come, as well as the Interact president, the most amazing Ilana Ignacio, who did the Philippine national anthem for us, and it was beautiful. And it was just so beautiful to have all of our community there. We had a great showing, and it is, I believe, re-airing on PCTV. So please look at the schedule and catch that if you can. And lastly, I did attend the ABAG General Assembly, the WestCat board meeting last week, and the ad hoc City Seal Committee. And Mayor Pro Tem Toms and Councilor Martinez Rubin did a great job of debriefing. So I have nothing to add, and that's all I have to add. So thank you.
Absolutely. All right, well, I'll go back to 7A. I have just, I'll try to be brief, and just want to give a report back that we did send our letter, and thank you to council for drafting it, as well as residents to help us draft a letter around saving public transit. There is news in the state legislature. They haven't approved the budget yet, but there is news that we have at least paused on a transit fiscal cliff and protecting some of our very, very necessary Mayor Pro Tem Tom's mentioned public transit agencies, including BART and WestCat, as well as AC Transit. There is much work to do for us to continue to advocate to our state legislature as well as the governor. So if you are in the audience or if you're watching from home, it's never a dull moment to reach out to your legislator and tell them that you would like them to fully fund public transit and make sure that we continue on what we started in terms of keeping transit safe, affordable, clean, as well as accessible. And I have gotten word from our legislators that they have received our letter and they did appreciate that. So again, thank you to the staff and to the council for putting that together and making sure we sent that out. I did try to delay, but I do want to say I am so grateful for our city staff for putting on such a wonderful event on for the Pride and Juneteenth and 120th birthday of Pinole. It was so wonderful to see our community out and to show so many people the power of our diversity. The power of celebrating together was tremendous. And I cannot tell you how much positive feedback I have received about that event. And I am so moved and so grateful and so honored to be this mayor of the city, of this very vibrant city I say every month, this diversity, this city that is recognizing so much about the role that we have to play in making our lives and our residents' lives better. And I am so grateful for you all, city staff and our city manager's office and our community services department for putting on such a wonderful, wonderful event. We were able to get coverage from Concord, a Bay Area reporter, ABC News, Richmond Pulse, but more importantly, we had young people and elders and families and visitors tell us that there was no better space to celebrate Pride Month, to celebrate Juneteenth, to celebrate Pinole Pride than that event. And I am so grateful again to have been able to be a part of that. But also thank you to the council and staff for making that happen. So I just wanted to spend time and honor that because I am very excited that that has come and become a part of our community. And I think we are looking forward to the future together in a way that is reminding folks that we are so much stronger together than we are divided. And I think that celebrating those two events, Pride and Juneteenth, but also celebrating our own birthday as a city is a great reminder of how far we've come. And also is a great reminder at the community that is here to celebrate and honor the past, the present, and certainly the future together. So wanted to offer that. And I also wanted to say and give a special shout out to Councilmember Sasai, being a part of the Philippines Independence Day celebration. Thank you for your leadership and bringing our community together. I think there was like 75 people in the morning before a big event to do the Saturday morning to do that. And again, just thank you for hosting such a beautiful representation of, again, where our city is and where we're going. And for your courage and leadership to bring people together. I know it's not easy. I get as nervous to plan an event and you really have been here 6 months and already starting off bringing people together. And again, just want to honor you and say thank you for the invite to come talk to the community with you and to celebrate and to raise the flag and to celebrate with guests who were not part of our community, who are now members of our community in a way. And so again, just this month has been incredibly moving. And as mayor, I've been so honored to be a part of all of these events and again, celebrate our rich diversity in Pinole. And also think and brainstorm and innovate for the future, because one of the things I realize about these community events is that they get people really excited about where we're going. And it's just the starter point. So again, thank you all so much and to the council for attending those events as well. It's been great to have this month and we really have a great month to celebrate. I think I look forward to June's in Pinole more often now. And then, of course, lastly, I just want to say thank you to Contra Costa Fire Protection District for hosting a wonderful wildfire prevention town hall last Saturday. For those of you who were not able to attend, don't worry. We had Pinole Television record. They will be putting that on deck. So if you would like, you can watch that online, or you can turn to Pinole Television if you have cable. And that will be something that we continue to show. And also we will be moving forward some additional communications to educate the community around vegetation management and wildfire prevention that is critical in the next couple of months. So again, thank you so much. Again, wonderful month, and so glad to service in this particular role. That being said, I will go to 7D, which is our council request for future agenda items. I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Toms. Okay, Councilmember Tate.
No items.
Okay, Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
None?
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes, I'll make a request for staff to come back with a recommendation for how we can establish a SEPTED facade improvement rebate program for small business owners and owners of commercial property in Pinole.
Okay, is there a second to that?
SEPTED,
Yes.
the crime prevention through
environmental
environmental
design.
design.
Okay, I'll second. Any questions? All right, City Clerk.
I just wanted to clarify, you're talking about a facade improvement involving SEPTED, or just a total, because it's not just facades.
Mhm.
Just a SEPTED program for small business.
Right. I think what can be done by city staff. So there's so many different cities in California and the US who have already a SEPTED grant program, rebate program. Take into consideration all of the different guidelines that they have used and implement that. So
Okay.
I'm saying facade, but it could also extend to anything that's applicable through
Okay.
recommendations through SEPTED.
Okay. I just want to be clear because it's not necessarily just facade, but I get the.
Thank you for the clarity. Appreciate it.
All right, City Clerk Bell. Can you call the roll for this item?
Yes, Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes?
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
And are there any other items, Councilmember Sasai?
That is all for right now. Thank you.
Just a reminder, did I go to Councilmember Martinez Rubin already? Items?
Don't recall, but no, I don't have any.
Okay, I don't either. And then Councilmember Tave, did I go to you already for the council? Future items? You didn't know items.
No items.
All right, thank you. And I don't have any items either, so I'll just ask our city clerks if we have any public comments on item 7A through D. No public comments. Then we'll go to item 7E, which is our city manager report and department staff. City Manager Murray, good evening.
Yes, good evening. Thank you. Just a brief report, which is a preview of the agenda items. We're anticipating.
You may want to, I think you have to turn your microphone on.
It's on.
Oh,
A little closer. Ooh,
Yep, thank you.
sorry about that. So just a brief report this evening, which is a preview of the agenda items we expect will be heard at our next council meeting. So note that we're not going to have a council meeting at would be our regular time, which is the first Tuesday in July, because that'll be 4th of July. So our next council meeting will be July 18th. And we're expecting to have a presentation from Public Bank East Bay about public banks, a presentation from Contra Costa Health Services regarding the Martinez Refining Company incident. We're expecting to have a public hearing, which is the adoption of the assessment for the Landscape and Lighting Assessment District. A presentation by the consultants who've looked at our pension trust and will present a forecast of its remaining life. A new business item regarding many different aspects of public art. A report on the steps that would be required by the city council to sell the Faria House. And a discussion of an East Bay mud program called Emergency Points of Distribution and a related MOU. Those are the agenda items we're expecting to hear at that meeting in July. That's all this evening. Thanks.
All right, thank you, City Manager Murray. And we'll go to our City Attorney, Eric Asher's report, 7F.
Nothing to report at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you so much. Madam City Clerk, are there any public comments on item 7E or 7F? No, there are no public comments. All right, thank you so much. Then that brings us to item number 9, which is our consent calendar. First, we'll take public comments and then I'll ask council if there's any items to pull.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have quite a few public comments on the consent calendar. Rafael Menes would like to speak on 9C, D, E, F, G, H, N, and M. Do we want to go by speaker or by item, or should I read them all?
I
How would
think
you
we'll
prefer?
go by speaker.
By speaker.
a
So
couple
let's
speakers,
start
yeah.
with Rafael Menes.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Good evening again. My name is Rafael Ness. I'm a resident of Pinole. And for item 7C, I wanted to highlight one of the points in the presentation made by CSW. I believe it's on page 60 of 631 of the agenda packet that noted that the city of Richmond has rights to 12 strands of fiber which run through Pinole. So I think it's worth noting that the consultant indicates there's already a broadband system in place that we could potentially buy into rather than having to build a new one from scratch. I think that indicates perhaps a greater viability than some of the other items on tonight's agenda. Then moving on to item 9D, I'd like to highlight a few points on pages 80 and 81 out of 631 in the agenda packet. I'd note that on page 80, they state that updating it to meet even the wastewater treatment plant to meet even non-potable water requirements would be exceptionally costly, would need to do upgrades to the on-site plumbing systems, and would need to get coordination with EB-Bud. And then perhaps more importantly, on page 81, task number 3, wastewater treatment evaluation, they note that space consents on the existing WWTP site for a nitrification, denitrification process will likely be a fatal flaw. So given the consultant's considerable concerns about whether or not this project will even be feasible, and they're being willing to share with us, even at this early stage, their thoughts that would likely be unfeasible, I'm wondering whether council could pull this item to amend it so that if we're going forward just to do task number 3, because if task 3 fails, then a lot of the other tasks become significantly less useful if it's simply not feasible to rebuild the plant to recycle the water at all. And I note that on page number 84, the breakdown of the fee chart shows that the fees for task 3 would be 13,000, just about exactly out of the 57,000 total. So there's potential for significant cost savings with that approach. For item 9E, this is something that maybe the city attorney can help clarify for me, but I don't know if there's different rules about internships as compared to regular employment, but it seems like the rate mentioned on page number 105 of $500 stipend for a full 15 hours per week would average out to about $8 roughly an hour for a 4-week month and $6.30 or so an hour for a 5-week month, which is significantly below the minimum wage in both cases. So does the city simply not need to pay minimum wage to interns because they're not employees? That seems slightly confusing. I know when I looked online that there's stuff about unpaid internships outright being legal for nonprofit entities, but I'm not sure how that ties into stipends and payments and so on. So I figured I'd bring that up and hopefully that can be cleared up. On page number 100, and so I guess this is going on to the drone policy. That would be item 9F, the UAS policy technically. On page number 113, the scope of the policy in volunteers is listed twice and employees is listed twice. I'm not sure whether that's just a typo or whether they have different meetings being listed multiple times. Figured that should be highlighted. And then on page number 116, it noted the potential secondary uses for cross-departmental support for drones would potentially include construction management, inspection of projects, documentation of areas of erosion, and production of informational materials for project reports and completed projects. He inspection of project sites for contract and environmental compliance. A little bit confusing, but it's jumping straight from A to E. Were some items deleted there? And how would that impact the enforcement of conditions of approval that the planning commission creates? Would it impact it at all, or would it simply be more of an after the fact monitoring tool? Let's see, moving on to item 9G. I'd like to state my support for this item. Item 9G would have the council's state support for ACA 4, which if passed by a 2/3 majority of the state assembly and senate would bring forward a future constitutional amendment to the California Constitution to be voted on by the currently existing electorate to permit incarcerated felons to vote while incarcerated. I believe this is worthwhile for several different reasons. First, we already allow people who are incarcerated on misdemeanors to vote while incarcerated due to the lack of infrastructure to support voting in most jails in the state outside of LA County, so far as I can determine. Most people that are incarcerated during the election timeframe face the negative impact of all felons being barred from voting because they figure, oh, well, people on misdemeanors are just there for a little while. They're sort of set up a huge bunch of infrastructure just for them. Most of them are probably going to be out of there by November. And if they aren't, it's not that big a deal, but it's still denying all of those people their right to vote. But more broadly, it's about the role of voting and the franchise in general. Voting is about saying that you are part of our community and that you're willing to accept the outcomes of the election. The act of voting, some people argue, is a privilege or a gift. I don't think it is. I think it's a duty. It's a responsibility. It's an obligation. It's a choice that people make or don't make to choose to take part in the fundamental choices about how we are governed, about who governs us, about the laws that shape us, about the Constitution that defines us. And it's a choice that's also stating that no matter what the outcome is, by voting, you're agreeing implicitly, inherently, to accept the outcome. It fundamentally binds you to the community of voters. Excluding felons because of their crimes from the electorate exiles them on top of the other punishments from our community. And I would also note, as a practical matter, that allowing felons to vote reduces significantly the rate of recidivism, I would assume, by integrating them into the community. Then, for item 9H, I'm just slightly curious as to why the estimate of $100,000 for the expected bid was so much lower than the minimum responsive bid of $143,929. We've ordinarily got like maybe a 10% variance between expected bid and lowest possible bid, but here it's higher. So just wanted to inquire briefly about that. Let's see. For item 9M, I just want to clarify that on page number 436 out of 631, it states that the city of Pinole's contribution will be decreasing from 32% to 28.29%. And I was wondering whether the rate would be recalculated year over year, depending on the various factors used to calculate this rate in the tables in this item, or whether this would be a one-time setting made at the start of the contract and only to be reviewed at the renewal or extension at the 5-year period. Let's see. On page number 466 for item 9N, I would note that it states that there's significant fund balance in each of the sources to fund those projects. For Fund 200 gas tax in particular. And I'm not sure what that actually holds, because if you go back and look at the gas tax values in the budget item, you'll see that the fund balance is going to be negative at the end of this year. So I'm not sure that it follows that there's sufficient fund balance to fund that particular item. I had a question about that, which I sent to the finance director, but that'll be resolved in due time, I see. And I believe that's all the questions I have for consent calendar items. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Menez. Are there any other public comments on the consent calendar?
Yes, the next speaker is Jamin Purcell for item 9G.
Thank you. My name is James Purcell. I'm a Contra Costa County voter. I am here in support of the resolution to support ACA 4 and restore voting rights for currently incarcerated people. The United States may be one of the world's democracies that has the most restrictive criminal disenfranchisement laws. We know of no other democracy besides the US in which convicted offenders who have served their sentences are nonetheless disenfranchised. Now, this was only changed a few years ago within the state of California, but there's still work to be done. Most of the sources of these criminal disenfranchisement go back to the Reconstruction era and Jim Crow laws and the Black Codes, and in response to the passing of the 14th and 15th Amendment. And much of California history, California has taken steps to restrict the rights of both poor and non-white citizens. Until 1962, the state refused to even ratify the 14th Amendment, which guaranteed equal protections. And because of this, over 100,000 Californians can't vote. The rate at which African Americans are disenfranchised is currently 3.5 times higher than non-African Americans. The primary population disenfranchised are Black men, who are also the most targeted by our legal system. About 80% of California's prison population is made up of people of color, and nearly 20% of that are Black, while only making up 6% of the California population in total. The disenfranchisement also disproportionately impacts our veterans, many of whom have returned to civilian life with visible and invisible traumas and face a greater likelihood of being arrested. California currently has more than 7,000 veterans who are denied the right to vote despite having served our country. Disenfranchisement restricts and conflicts with the principles of universal suffrage and can affect civil and communal participation in general. Felony disenfranchisement can create political incentives to skew criminal law in favor of disproportionately targeting groups who are political opponents of those who hold power. Studies have repeatedly showed that when systems impacted people can vote, they are less likely to be reincarcerated after release. And voting rights have been hard fought for, and voting rights are only rights if they're endowed to all citizens of our country, not just the ones who haven't grown up in communities that have been left behind and out of our social contract, communities that have lower life expectancy, fewer schools, and lower public health infrastructures. We should join Vermont and Washington, D.C., Puerto Rico, and Maine, and not be afraid of democracy. This is supported by the ACLU and the League of Women Voters, and disenfranchisement is disenfranchising anyone from their vote is anti-democratic and anti-American.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have any other public comments?
Thank you. Bob Moore for the same item.
Hello, I'm Bob Moore. I'm a resident of Pinole for the last 30 years and a resident of the Bay Area for the last 71 years. I'm also what's now known as a justice impacted family member and family member of somebody who's been a victim of a violent crime. I'm opposed to ACA 4. I think before the council supports this legislation, that you should get some impact from some of the victims of the people who have committed these crimes. This ACA 4 will let felons convicted of all crimes. It doesn't matter what the crime was. It could be anything. I suggest, like I have, you could visit some federal prisons to see for yourselves what types of people are going to be able to vote. I personally have visited many prisons in California, and I can tell you from my experiences that some of those people should have lost their privilege to vote, along with a lot of other privileges that they have, for some of the things that they have done and some of the things they still do in prison, breaking crimes while they're in prison. I would also suggest that you get some feedback from the citizens of Pinole on whether they would support the council giving support for this. I recently posted this topic on Nextdoor, and I posted it for maybe one day just for myself to see how people felt about this. In one day, I had 75 comments, 31 of them from Pinole residents, and not one of them was in favor of ACA 4. Not one of those comments from the other 30-something people were for ACA 4 either. ACA 4 wants to give felons convicted of these crimes that are incarcerated. They've shown no respect for our laws. They disrespect our laws, and now they want to give them a part in forming our law. It's a slap in the face to all the victims. And I, for one, have a really hard time giving privileges to serial murderers, serial rapists, child molesters, terrorists, spies, people trying to destroy our country, and even school shooters, just to name a few. Not all ideas suggested for justice reform are good ideas. This one, I believe, is not. So thank you.
Thank you.
George Persley.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I strongly support accepting the resolution supporting ACA 4. This country locks up per capita far more people than any other country in the world. It isn't even close. Although Black people account for only 13% of the population, we are 38% of the people in prison. For too many poor Black and brown people, they are living in what is effectively a police state. The amount of justice in this country is all too often the amount of justice you can afford. When your overworked, underpaid, or totally incompetent public defender recommends that you take a plea deal, which is done 97% of the time, your choice may come down to either serving a 2-year prison sentence for a crime you didn't commit, or serving a 20-year prison sentence for a crime you didn't commit. What choice would you make? Of 3,000 prisoners who have been officially exonerated since 1989, 26% of them had pleaded guilty. Not 6%, but 26%. This is a system that is clearly broken and obviously discriminatory. By disenfranchising people in prison, we are just continuing the systematic disenfranchisement of Black people, which started at the end of Reconstruction. What about the clearly guilty? Well, consider the case of a young man who spent 4 years killing as many people as he possibly could, depending on how quickly he could reload his gun and how good his aim was. The Confederate Army was a treasonous cadre of cold-blooded serial killers. Yet after the war, they could swear an oath to the government and were given the right to vote again, even as they were putting their hoods on at night and stalking and killing any Black person who dared to do the same. Finally, ACA 4, if passed by both Senate and Assembly, must also be passed by the voters of Pinole and of the state. So by being against ACA 4, you are by definition taking away my right to vote and striking a blow against democracy. Please vote for the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other public comments?
Yes, we have several from Maria Alegria So I'll read off the items. Consent item E, F, G, H, and L.
I'm trying to be high tech as well as paper, so bear with me, please. Thank you very much. So, first item is item E, which is the student interim volunteer stipend. I just wanted to register my support of that. I think it's long overdue. On item F, which has to deal with the UAS policy for PCTV. I'm a little concerned about this because I had a personal experience while I was dining in Sausalito at the Trident restaurant, where we had a drone come right in front of us. We were sitting outside and it came right in front of us and hovered right between, there was only three of us. There were other patrons. I was a Latina, two Latinas and one white woman, and it came right in front of me. So I got up to take a picture and it zoomed right away. Half hour later, the sheriff's water vessel speeds right across us. And as soon as I got up again to take a picture of the vessel, it sped away. So I learned that the Marin Sheriff's Department has a drone program, and it's prohibited from intimidating, harassing folks who are, having their personal space. I went to a restaurant, wrote a letter to the restaurant. So didn't think anything of it, but the fact that these drones can invade your personal space. So I just want to be careful that our city is not doing that to its citizenry. That I felt racially profiled because it didn't go to anyone else sitting in the waterfront. So that is an issue that I have. I have actually a follow-up with the Marin Sheriff's Department. So I want to make sure that in our protocols that we do prohibit it, but if someone feels like their space is being violated, that there's a way for them to report it somehow. And I don't know if the protocols will address that. So I wanted to just heighten that awareness to you because it personally happened to me, and it could happen to anyone else and feeling invaded of your private personal space. The other one is, again, talking about ACA 4. I just wanted to remind us that the voters passed ACA 6, which was Proposition 17th, which restored the voting rights of prisoners. And just a little history on the voting history of Contra Costa County. That proposition passed by 65% of the electorate in Contra Costa County. So as Mr. Pursley mentioned, ACA 4 would also afford the citizenry of the state of California and Pinole to vote on that. So I think allowing us that opportunity to vote does not disenfranchise me, makes me feel like I'm having my voice heard. So I would suggest that you support this. I just wanted to just give you a little bit of history of ACA 6, which was Proposition 17 again, which was co-sponsored by our Secretary of State at the time, Alex Padilla, that would address the history of racial oppression behind California's felony disenfranchised laws. 3 out of every 4 men leaving California prisons were either African-American, Latino, Asian. Black Americans are 4 times more likely to experience felony disenfranchisement than white Americans. And this constitutional amendment will roll back a form of voter suppression currently facing Californians of color and will signal to all Californians that their voices matter. I also wanted to speak on H, which is the contract. Thank you very much for putting this on the agenda. I noticed that there is a 30-day period for the project to be completed. My only question is, when is that project going to start? It's overdue, and I hope it is done before school starts for St. Joseph's, now that my personal interest, now that my granddaughter as a student at that school, but also just for the safety of our residents here in downtown Pinole. And I think L is the next one I have, Madam City Clerk. Is that, I'm just trying to go off my notes here. I think it's L, which is the budget. And that is, I wanted to just remind the city council that you have 3 employees that report to you. That's the city manager, the city attorney, and the city clerk. I spent the last 2 months just trying to figure out exactly how much our city manager made, his salary, as well as our city attorney. And I want to thank you, Councilmember Sasai, for facilitating a meeting or my request to meet and talk with our finance director, who is extremely helpful in helping me clarify, to really understand what the labor cost allocations are for our staff, and which are on page 257 and 258 of your council packet. And I just felt like it was almost, I had to go through an act of Congress to get this information. If we're trying to be a government of transparency and accountability, it shouldn't be difficult. It should be something that's posted on our website. We need to know how much our city manager and how much our city attorney make. So for the sake of public transparency, I just want to state for the record that our city manager gets in wages and benefits over $500,000, and our city attorney gets over $596,000. And the city council, who does all the heavy lifting, in my opinion, runs the city, gets a meager $78,000 for 5 companies. So I just feel that there's something disconnected here, where you all who are doing all the hard work should be really, in my opinion, compensated a little bit more. And then finally, I am so glad that you are finally getting a grant writer. There is just so many opportunities. I've had conversations with Congressman Mendy's representative, Harpreet Sandhu, who's excellent, who lives here in our community, who says, you know, there's millions of dollars out there for infrastructure projects. We are in absolute need of infrastructure projects. So please sit down, Mr. Mayor, and have this conversation, because we need that funding to help fix our roads, our infrastructure that is so badly needed. And I think that concludes my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Yes, we have several online. We'll start with Chris L.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Chris Lodson. I am the Community Organizing and Policy Manager for the Anti-Recidivism Coalition, ARC, where we work to end mass incarceration and reduce recidivism. I am here to speak on item 9G, which is your support for ACA 4, which, as mentioned, would give the voters of the state of California, the voters of the state of California, the choice and the option to remove the prohibition from our state constitution that disallows folks who are convicted of felonies to vote. We are in strong support of ACA 4, and we are in strong support of your support for ACA 4. As mentioned, ACA 4 would simply give California voters the opportunity to decide whether or not to restore voting rights to people completing their prison sentence with felonies. Voting is not a privilege. And I want to say that again. Voting is not a privilege. Actually, we call it the right to vote. We don't call it the privilege to vote or the opportunity to vote. It's the right to vote. It's a fundamental right of our citizenship. And people in prison, folks convicted of felonies, do not lose their citizenship rights when they are convicted of these crimes. They are still citizens of our country, and as such, deserve to be afforded their God-given rights, one of which is to participate civically in who are our elected representatives. The voters of all, the votes, excuse me, of all citizens are needed and desired in order to maintain a healthy representative democracy that considers everyone's perspectives and channels concerns and frustrations into constructive political power. Our democracy is stronger when it is fair and when it is inclusive. Stripping people of their God-given right to vote is a form of voter suppression, and it is out of step with our American values. At a time when our national democratic institutions are under threat, California should go in a different direction and re-empower all of its citizens by freeing the vote for people in prison. Free the vote. Thank you much and have a great day.
Thank you. Next public comment.
Jovanka Beckles.
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President and Council. My name is Jovanka Beckles. I'm AC Transit Board of Directors, but I'm here, as a citizen and a voting individual in Contra Costa County. I want to just concur what the previous speakers said. Chris L., Maria Vermontes, Jamin Purcell, who were so incredibly articulate in articulating just where we are and why this resolution is so important. It's important because voting is indeed a right. It's important because racial oppression is very real. And we know that we have an opportunity towards ending mass incarceration through state legislatures, through state policies. We have that opportunity to do that. We know that 13% of our population is Black. We have 13% Black population. Meanwhile, 30% of the population is incarcerated. So there's a huge, disproportionate population of Black and brown people who are incarcerated. Now, some people say that, they question the judgment of those who are incarcerated. They question the judgment, and yet, I question the judgment and right of some folks who are not incarcerated. And by that, I mean those, right-wing white supremacists, those who identify as Nazis, who are aggressive in destroying our democracy. And we are in trouble right now as a country from those who we're under attack from fascism, right-wing extremists who are aggressive in destroying this right of ours, all of our rights, whether it, no matter what that is, and particularly our democracy and our right to vote. We know that data shows that 90% of all incarcerated individuals will be released from incarceration. And they should have an opportunity to have a say in their future and have a say in the communities in which they will be returning. So I support this resolution. I thank you all for bringing it forward. And as the last speaker said, this is simply supporting the opportunity for people in California to have a right to vote on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment.
Tan Tran.
Thank you. Can I start now?
Yes, go ahead.
Excellent. Well, happy Juneteenth, y'all. My name is Ton Tran with the Ella Baker Center, calling in support of ACA 4 and passing Resolution G. So first, I am a former foster youth, and I'm formerly incarcerated. I want to quickly acknowledge that Father's Day just passed, so I want to thank all the fathers in the room, and I want to acknowledge all the fathers who are currently incarcerated. Because when I was a foster youth and I was incarcerated, as shocking as this may sound, it was the kind, patient, loving men who were incarcerated with me, who raised me in prison and taught me values in prison. They were the ones that taught me how to love myself, love my family, and taught me how to love others. And on the theme of parenthood, I remember approximately 2 years ago, A handful of elementary schools in Hayward were being shut down. There was a group of incarcerated fathers, including myself, who had children who attended Hayward elementary schools. And I remember every time we were allowed out of our cells, we would rush to each other and ask each other, what was the latest news about these schools? Where were our kids going to go if these schools got shut down? What legislators could we speak to lift up our concerns about our children? These were the things that currently incarcerated people care about. These are the things we would vote on if we had the ability to vote while in prison. Incarcerated people are fathers, mothers, uncles, sons. And I want to close by saying this resolution isn't just about voting in prison, it's about creating safer communities. 90% of incarcerated people, even with life sentences, will return home. So whether it's 20 months or 20 years, they will come home. So the question is, what type of neighbors do we want in our community? Do we want neighbors that feel involved and engaged in our safety and community, or neighbors who don't feel like neighbors at all? Do we want neighbors participating in our society, or neighbors that we shunned out of society? I implore you to create safer communities for us all by passing this resolution. Thank you for your time, and that will conclude my segment.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments?
Yes, Antoinette Ratcliffe.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Antoinette Ratcliffe. I am the Executive Director of Initiate Justice, and we are co-sponsors of ACA 4, and I want to speak briefly in support of consent item G or 9G. First and foremost, thank you, and I surely echo all of the residents who spoke in support of ACA 4 prior, all of the others on this call who spoke in support of ACA 4, pointing out that one, it is a fundamental right to vote, not a privilege. Voting is a fundamental right. Two, it strengthens our community and it reduces recidivism. And echoing and thanking them for acknowledging the discriminatory and disparate impacts of felony disenfranchisement on our already historically oppressed races and communities. I want to underscore that this constitutional amendment, if passed by California voters, will strengthen California's democracy. As was mentioned prior to me, during a time when the democratic processes across the country are under attack, we here in California have the opportunity to make our democracy more inclusive. So the time is now. I also wanted to echo what was spoken about just before me and by previous residents, that this is an opportunity for us voters to contribute to developing the proactive, pro-social neighbors we want in our communities, making sure that we are welcoming home people who are connected to and invested in our communities. Data shows that people who vote while incarcerated or shortly thereafter are 50% less likely to be rearrested. I also want to acknowledge Initiate Justice conducted a survey of people currently incarcerated and on parole back in 2017. And what we learned were the top 3 political issues that people would vote on who are in prison or on parole if they have the opportunity were jobs and the economy, education, and healthcare, the issues that matter to all of us across California communities. So registering and urging that this city council pass this measure to support ACA 4. And again, thank you for the time and thank you to all of those who spoke previously, echoing those sentiments as well.
Richard Lai.
Thank you all. Hi, Mayor Murphy. Hi, City Council members. My name is Richard, and thank you all for bringing up this resolution in favor of ACA 4 up for discussion. This is item 9G on the consent calendar, as other previous speakers have spoken to. I'll keep it short. I agree with the sentiments of the resolution, and I am in support of ACA 4. The current existing language in the state constitution that makes an exemption of the right to vote for incarcerated individuals is unjust and inconsistent with the basic tenets of democracy and should be repealed as outlined in ACA 4. As previous speakers have so nicely conveyed, and I will state again, voting is a right. It is not a privilege that can be lost, and the foundation of democracy rests heavily on this right. The current existing language in the state constitution essentially creates a second class of citizens that are fundamentally treated as an other group of human beings stripped of basic rights and representation. To continue supporting the status quo in this way is both wrong and it is also dangerous. 4 other states and territories in the country, as a previous speaker mentioned, already carry laws that say being incarcerated does not disqualify your right to vote. ACA 4 provides a pathway for California to join those states and territories, which would allow over 120,000 individuals across the state to exercise their democratic rights. So I support the resolution. I encourage the council to vote in favor of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments?
Yes, Cordell Hindler.
Yes, can you hear me, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
So, good evening, Mayor Murphy, Council. My name is Cordell Henler, and I have a number of items to speak on the consent calendar. So, if I could be allowed the extra time to go through all of those things. So, on 9A, I listened to the recording of the previous meeting, and under my for the second citizen to be heard, I distinctly remember I said other cities in West County, not East County, West County, have allowed the public finish their comments. So hopefully that can be, if the staff can look at check the recording. So I distinctly said West County, and that's one. And then on 9 E, it was my idea to for the high school student internship, as I had stated last time. I looked at the data from the cities of Menlo Park, Richmond, and San Paulo. Richmond and San Paulo, they pay their interns $20 an hour compared to like Menlo Park. The average salary for an intern is like over $53,000 to $60,000, and I'm like, that is impressive. So I'm in support of 9E, and then on 9K regarding the budget. So as I had pointed out, and I want to thank Finance Director Guillory for responding to my my questions, because I was looking at the budget and I looked at the amount of money for furniture for the city clerk and the city council. I'm like, that's a huge gap. So I do in support of that. But along those lines regarding for the $40,000 for a consultant, as I had stated the last fiscal year, I would recommend CPS Consulting because they are the expertise in diversity, equity, and inclusion. I do thank City Manager, I do want to thank City Manager Murray for responding to my email. So that was helpful. And then finally, along that same line, I was looking at the amount for $30,000 for event planning. So, and I just remember the name of the vendor. It's Kate Siegel Fine Events. They're based out of San Francisco. So that would be the go-to person because they have experience, of planning events for, like Christmas parties, that type of thing. So I'm in support of 9K. And finally, on number N, I'm in support of the 5-year improvement plan. I ain't got no comments on that. I just think it sounds good in theory. So I'm in support of, hopefully those comments will be heard, and I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for your public comments. We appreciate this level of engagement on all our issues. And
Mayor, before we move on, I
Yes,
just
City-
wanted, thank you. I do have a late typo that was brought to my attention by one of our department heads. So I just wanted to make an announcement of that before we move on to council, if that's okay.
Sure. On
So-
item,
So this would be item 9I. And the correction is for page 144 of the packet. It's the fiscal impact section, and the corrected amount should read $57,680.34. And that would replace the highlighted amount of $52,256 $2.16, again on page 144. So just a minor correction there.
Thank you. So that's item 9I, and that's on page 144 of the agenda packet.
Correct.
All right, thank you, City Clerk Bell. And we'll close out public comment for the consent calendar and we'll go back to council. Are there any council members who'd like to pull any items? I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yeah, I'd like to pull, for discussion, item G.
Any other items? No? No. Okay. Councilmember Tave, do you have any items you'd like to pull?
No.
Okay, Councilmember Sasai?
No.
Okay, Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes. Item A as in alpha, E as in echo, F as in foxtrot, and G as in golf.
Okay, I hear A, E, F, did you say?
Yes.
And we already were gonna pull item G. So in that case, can I entertain a motion for the approval of the rest of the consent calendar?
A motion to approve consent calendar items 9B, C, D, H, I, J, K, L, M, and N.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. I see a motion and a second. Any questions about the motion? Thank you. City Clerk Bell, can you call the roll, please?
Thank you. Council members Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Tave,
Yes.
Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great. Thank you. We'll start with item 9A for consideration. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. Very minor correction on page 17 of the minutes of the meeting on June 6th, where it reads on the last line of page 17 of the minutes or 23 of 631, it should read consistent with what the municipal code allowed, not what the contact allowed. Okay. That's it about item A.
Thank you. And just on item 9A, because there was a public comment about it, can we make the friendly amendment around the West County? Thank you. And thank you to the public commenter for the correction. Any other items on this one?
Okay, you want to entertain a motion on that? I'll move approval with those two corrections for item 9A.
All right, is there a second?
A second.
Thank you. Any questions about the motion? City Clerk Bell.
Thank you. Council members Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Tave,
Yes.
Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. That brings us to item 9E, which is for consideration. I think Councilmember Martinez Rubin, you pulled this one?
E as in echo?
Yep.
Okay, yes, I've got a couple of questions. In the staff report, there is no mention of a selection process, so I wondered how the selection would occur. Once applications are obtained from interested parties for the student internships. I'd like to also get clarification that the internship could be as long as 9 months, and if there is a minimum, what that is. And then lastly, I will make a motion that there will be one intern per council member. Thank you.
Okay, great. Let's get those questions answered first, and then we'll go back to the motion. I guess this one goes to Michelle, Director Shell. Hi.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the questions. So as far as a selection process, we will be having the applicants apply through our city application process. We will establish a interview process for the applicants and the city council members. And the city council members will be able to make their selection after that interview process. From there, we will also have a background process for the interns to go through. And once that is completed, we will then partner the individual who's selected with the council member. As far as the minimum, we really don't have a minimum. This is a pilot program. So we're going to estimate that at least during the school year is when the intern will be working with the council member. But that certainly could be extended if we chose to do so at a later date. And then I'm sorry, what was the final question, council member?
Thank you. It was more of a motion that I would like to make regarding the council member and intern dyad, that there be a maximum of one intern per council member.
Okay, I think that could very well be manageable for us to do that and implement that with this pilot program. We have budgeted right now no more than one council member per, or no more than one intern per council member. So I think that would be completely feasible, and we could implement that in the program as well.
Thank you.
Sure. I do have a question going back to your motion about perhaps your reasoning for one. If there were a council member who wanted to explore two and one council member did not, do you foresee a problem with that, or is there a reason? I just want to know more.
Part of the reason is the budget, the amount of time that, actually a couple of things that occurred to me. One, the amount of time that to oversee or supervise an intern will be absorbed. Of course, any council member can do better than another, but I think the focus really ought to be on more activity other than oversight and supervision of a student intern. And then the other is with the budget that we've got available, it's a matter of fairness that there be one intern available. That part of the budget would be that the budget would be distributed equally or allotted equally among 5 council members. And that's pretty much it. Yeah. And even though a council member may not immediately choose to participate at the beginning of the year, it may be possible that they participate later during the school year and acquire an intern, and therefore expenditure of the funds allotted in their entirety ought to be available then as well.
Okay, thank you. Well, that's a motion. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second.
All right. Any questions about the motion? Yes, Councilmember Sasai.
So I understand the points brought up, and one thing that I understand from this is that only 2 out of 5 council members are currently interested in participating and having intern work under them. That's the last I heard. So I want to ask City Manager Murray if that has changed, or Director Shaw. Sorry.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything different since that first inquiry was submitted to the city council. So only 2 council members have indicated interest in obtaining an intern.
So I do agree with elements of what you were saying, Councilor Martinez-Rubin, but I think if it were to be 2 interns for the entire city of Pinole, I think that's a very selective process, and it limits the sort of value that could be had by so many of our Pinole Valley High School students. So I unfortunately can't support that. I would love to have 2, 3 interns working under myself, but I know that differs per council member. So they do have the choice to have 1 intern work under them. Maybe that could be worked into the policy. Each council member having discretion in terms of how many interns they would like to take on. I know that differs because each of us have different time commitments, and so having that flexibility, I think, could expand the reach of this program.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on the motion? I see City Attorney Casher with a inquiry.
Through the chair, if I may, there was a question that was presented by Mr. Menace that I just wanted to address because it goes to the question of the budget for this particular item.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to mention that the city can kind of legally give a stipend of $500. The minimum wage requirements, there's a Department of Labor test. It's a 6-part test that we would need to meet in order to pay a stipend versus minimum wage, and we would satisfy that here. So for example, the intern that would not necessarily be entitled to a job after the internship. They wouldn't be replacing an employee and performing these services. So and there's a number of other standards. So I just wanted to confirm that we can pay the $500 stipend versus minimum wage.
Thank you for the clarity. And I'll go back to Councilmember Martinez-Rubin. Did you have was your hand raised, or I'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Tom's.
Right. No, I was thinking about the intention behind or underlying the program is to expose as many students as possible to the experience of having an internship about the activities of any council member, not just a single council member. And so along those lines, use of the a council member's time and or budget, either of those, really that a single council member have more than one or multiple ones. This is not a program for a single council member. The intent is to have students exposed to volunteer activities, which really this is what it is, and also the opportunity to learn about governance. Doesn't come solely from a single counselor. And internships are not the only way to provide that kind of exposure to governance and or the experience. It's actually a privilege to have an internship and paid, if you will. So it's a great opportunity, but it's not the sole opportunity that high school students can have to learn about local governments. You know, it's a way of institutionalizing something certainly, and to put in place an opportunity that presumably is going to be good. It is a pilot, and as a pilot, I would say let's have it work well and allow that one per council member learn from each other about that, and as well. Again, if it comes into mid-semester and there's an opportunity or interest among other students to even participate, that would be great. It's not, I don't see it as narrowing it. It is, if you want it to be a competitive experience, it's certainly not what is not competitive. You know, what is not an opportunity where you want to select a most interested, available, and committed volunteer. Along with that, there is also, I think, the obligation to provide an intern an experience that's going to be positive, and that there is some give and take from both the intern and the one who's overseeing them. I've worked with interns, not at the high school level, but certainly at the graduate level. There's always in mind what is the benefit to the student, not to the intern. Not to the person who's overseeing them. At the same time, there is, in order to provide a wonderful learning experience for both people, there has to be that investment in time to allow for that. So, yeah, some thoughts about having had that experience before. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions on the motion, and City Manager Murray? Yeah, if I could jump in, I'm trying to recall the communication that staff sent gauging the interest among council members in this program, and I don't recall that council members were told that they needed to speak up now or forego the opportunity. So I do think it presents a practical issue in administering the program. If so I don't think we communicated in a way that suggested that if somebody didn't raise their hand early, they wouldn't have that opportunity. So I guess I wouldn't assume necessarily that only two people would have given enough thought to say yes or no for an entire school year, I'm interested or not. And I don't want staff to be in a position of, I guess what we would do is, now that this program has been established, a stipend has been, we think, if depending on council's action night, approved, have a new call so that people have the opportunity. Because what staff doesn't want to do is be in a position where a council member who has voted for this program feels like they missed the opportunity to raise their hand to say if they want to participate. So that doesn't have to be through a one intern per council member arrangement. It could be through a budget augmentation later if additional council people want to participate. But I do want to raise that issue, that I don't want staff to be in the position of, or any council member to feel like they didn't have the opportunity to raise their hand early.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on the motion? Councilmember Sasan? And then we'll go to Councilmember Tate.
Sure. So this item is really on the resolution to provide City Council high school student intern volunteers and a monthly stipend. Is this item coming back to council to explore the options for, close out the interview process, the limitations of this program, any other logistics before this goes out as an opportunity for high school interns?
No.
No, we did not anticipate coming back.
Director Shell.
Thank you. No, I was just going to mention that, no, we did not anticipate coming back to the council. The previous meeting, the pilot program was adopted, and then this was just an addendum to that to allow us to pay stipends to those interns.
And also, if we do have more interns than anticipated, there is a ceiling to that because of constraints with the budget and how much we budget out for this program. Is that correct?
Yeah, but it's, the city council could amend that at any time. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, and once again, I do agree with elements of what Councilman Martinez Rubin brought up. I think I need more thought on that before I can vote yes on that. So at the moment, I'm not in support, but yeah, thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Taves, did you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we could restate the motion.
Sure, that would be for Councilmember Martinez Rubin or the city clerk.
I made a motion having a couple of thoughts occur to me additional to what was already discussed or what was presented on the staff report. So the motion is to have one intern per council member for this pilot project.
Mr. Mayor?
Yep, it's on you, Councilmember Taves, if you would like to comment or question.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we can call the question.
Sure, yeah, we sure can. City Clerk Bell, would you like to call the roll on this item? Or on the motion, excuse me, not the item.
On this motion, sure. Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
No.
Councilmember Sasai,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
No.
Motion fails.
Okay, and are there any other motions on this item? Otherwise, would anyone like to make a motion to approve the item or adopt the resolution?
Motion to approve.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, any questions or comments on the motion? City Clerk Bell?
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, the next item is item 9F. And I believe Councilmember Martinez Rubin, you pulled this item.
Yes, just first catch on an redundant volunteers. So on page 113 of 631, I would say delete the first volunteer that appears in the line under scope. And I think there was a public comment about an additional term as well. I think employees, I didn't see that. It's just a slight revision.
All right, Ms. Epps,
Okay.
can you take
That's
note of that?
okay.
Thank you.
That's one. Also, related to the same item F on page 114 under the section that reads ownership. Oh no, pardon me. Privacy and security in that section. There's language about ownership and right to city data in this regard. The data is the recording through the unmanned aerial system. And my question to staff is whether that kind of data would be treated like any public record. Should there be a request by a third party to have access to such recordings?
To the city attorney or to Ms. Epps?
So I'll jump in. Yes, so anything recorded from a drone that's used pursuant to this policy would be a public record. So we would produce recordings that are captured from the drone.
Okay. Can I just ask a follow-up to that? Because that's a good question. On page 114.5, it says distribution of raw UAS data is restricted to city departments for the purpose of cleansing and processing data only. That doesn't sound consistent with what you just said around the offering of a public records request, for example. Am I reading that wrong or?
No, so that language reads distribution of raw UAS data is restricted by city departments for the purpose of cleansing and processing data only. I'm not sure, to be frank with you, I'm not sure exactly what the cleansing and processing data only means, but footage captured by a UAS would be a public record. So we would need to produce that. There would be limits to, there is the need to redact or to kind of blur out certain images within the footage. So just depending on what's recorded. So maybe that's a reference to that, and we would do that. So we would evaluate any video that's captured and treat it as if it was a public record. So we'd redact information that could be deemed privileged or confidential or anything like that. So we would reserve that right, but we would produce video.
Thank you. Apologies.
No, no,
Councilmember
that's fine.
Martinez
That's
Rubin.
fine. I thank you whenever raw data or data is asked about. Yeah, right. Raw data usually refers to kind of identifying and confidential information that would be cleansed in advance of promulgating it or distributing it, which is, so the attorney explained. Thank you for the question. On page 115 of 631, there's language there that reads use agreement language, mention of a permit. And I wondered if nowhere else is there mention of a permit. So I wondered if the word policy was to be used instead. So that's on page 115 of 631.
And can you remind me where on that page? Number 9, thank you. Under this permit, okay. Would Ms. Sapstio, oh, thank you.
Yes, I am reading that and I believe that that is supposed to say policy. So we can change that in addition to the other edits for the repeating of the other typo, repeating volunteer and employees in the first, in the scope.
Thank you. That's it.
All right, thank you so much. Any other comments or questions? Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yeah, I just have a comment. We had a commenter that had a question about what happens if somebody's using it inappropriately. And that's addressed under item number 7, engaging in unauthorized use of a UAS or activities that are inconsistent with this policy may be grounds for termination of the relevant contract, as well as applicable monetary fines and penalties. I believe that addresses the concern.
Any other comments or questions on this item? Otherwise, I'd love to entertain a motion to approve the item.
I'll move approval with the correction that was discussed prior.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments on the motion? City Clerk Bell, can you call the roll, please?
Council members Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Cave.
Yes.
Sasai. Mayor
Yes.
Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes,
Motion carries.
thank you. The next item is item 9G. And I believe Mayor Pro Tem Toms, you pulled this item.
I did. There was some very lively discussion, both online, in my email, and here in the chambers. And I want to recognize that Proposition 17 restored voting rights to those who were previously incarcerated but had already served their sentences. And this HCA 4 restores rights or provides rights to vote for those convicted of a felony. I just wanted to point out that in my comments and in my personal experience, having been a victim of a felony and having friends, dear friends, who are still suffering trauma from being victimized, as far as even 30, 40 years ago, it never goes away. And to have a campaign in November of 2024 discussing this issue, I think just would bring up some severe PTSD issues. It's just not respectful of victims, and they're often forgotten. I do respect all of the comments that we heard, but I'll be voting no on it.
Thank you. Any other comments on this item?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Yeah, I'd also requested that it be pulled, as far as I recollect, and please tell me otherwise if indeed my recollection is poor. When this agenda item was requested, it was for a discussion, not for it to appear as an under consent or as a resolution even. And also, our understanding of what appears under consent calendar is that we have no controversial items. This is a controversial item. The discussion about offering voting or allowing the criminally incarcerated the right to vote can go back as the election for 2020. The rationale behind that really has to do with the votes that could be obtained, or part of the discussion could be obtained. And I think the effort ought to be at different levels ought to be made to inform those who have already served after having been convicted to exercise their right to vote. The U.S. Department of Justice has made available a guide to state voting rights that apply after criminal conviction. And in California, the currently incarcerated in a prison for a felony conviction are not allowed to vote. But people are allowed to vote during pre-trial detention, for misdemeanors, for federal convictions, and out-of-state convictions. Any of those circumstances do not restrict voting rights. I will not be in support of this resolution.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from council on this item? Otherwise, I would like to entertain a motion.
Yes.
Comment
Comment.
versus aye.
Yes. So first and foremost, I'm the member in the council who requested this item. I want to ask a question actually first. So I think you brought up the original motion when this was introduced. I think we didn't answer it yet. So I think City Clerk Bill, can you give some insight onto what was included in the motion?
I'd have to go back and look at the exact motion. I know that the spirit of the item was to bring back a resolution for consideration, which I think is before you.
Thank
So
you. And yes, that's what's before us now. So yeah, I mean, democracy is important to me, right? When we have an empty council chamber and we have little to no public speakers online, that hurts my heart. So I want to thank everybody who came out tonight to comment in person and over the phone, whether you're in opposition or in support. I have always believed that democracy works better when everybody participates and everybody's part of it. But I also believe democracy works best when everybody's included. And I think that means everybody. Neighbors in Canada currently allow incarcerated people the right to vote. Same for neighbors in Israel. In fact, every developed, in every continent in the world, there is at least one developed country to make sure that everybody's part of the democratic process. And just to be clear, I think one of our commentators said this tonight, but it would not be the first state in the United States to allow incarcerated people the right to vote. Maine, Vermont, BC, Puerto Rico, those are amongst the U.S. states and territories who allow incarcerated people the right to vote. So I do want to approach this first as an opportunity to educate the public, but also to challenge folks to look at this through the voter access lens. And so, yeah, just some facts, data. I think we've already heard this in public comment, but over 70% of incarcerated people come from Black, Brown, Indigenous, and low-income communities. Over 50,000 Black people and over 77,000 Latina people are at this moment prohibited from voting because of their contact with the criminal legal system. I think a lot of people said this in public comment, and I think the author, some member Isaac Bryan, said it best, but Dr. King didn't vote for the Voting Privileges Act. He voted for the Voting Rights Act. And it's exactly what it is. It's a fundamental right. And not only is this a voter access bill, this is a public safety measure. This is about decreasing recidivism. The data shows that for people in the carceral system who vote while in prison, thereafter they're 50% less likely to get arrested after their reentry. And so people of Pinole voted me to make data-informed decisions. The data is clear in the states that have implemented this type of measure. And I mean, you all know it, crime in Pinole isn't just committed by people who live in Pinole, it's committed by people who live in the region. And so I think if we're going to be serious about public safety, we also have to consider reentry. folks who get out of prison and re-enter into society. The vast majority of people who re-enter, 95%, over 95% of people who are incarcerated will be released. So we have to look at this through the lens of public safety and re-entry and safe re-entry. So those are my comments. I respect those who may vote otherwise. At the same time, ACA 4 is something that eventually comes the ballot and the people of California will decide. So that's all.
Thank you. Any other comments from council or questions? Otherwise, any motions?
Yes, I'll motion to adopt resolution number 2023-XX in support of ACA 4, which would allow incarcerated people in California the right to vote.
Thank you. I'll second. Are there any questions on the motion? All right, City Clerk Bell, please call the roll.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
No.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
No.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. That brings us to item number 10, which is public hearings. The first is 10A, conduct a public hearing, which is to waive the first reading of ordinance amending section 15.02.070 permitted hours and condition of construction of the Pinole Municipal Code. Our presentation tonight is from Mr. Casher.
Thank you, Mayor Murphy. I just have a brief verbal report to introduce the ordinance and to tee up the discussion for the City Council. So this ordinance is an amendment to the permitted construction hours in the City of Pinole as codified in Chapter 15.02 of the Pinole Municipal Code. Currently, Chapter 15 places restrictions on the permitted construction hours within the city. Construction hours may occur from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday throughout the city, but on Saturdays, construction is permitted under limited circumstances. One, in commercial zones where the work is being conducted inside of a building and there is no significant noise. Second, in commercial zones that, as approved by the city manager on a case-by-case basis, if there's kind of inclement weather or if there's conditions of construction that require cement to be poured at a certain time. And then third, in residential zones, if performed by a homeowner. And so the municipal code does not currently permit construction by a private entity in a residential zone on the weekend. The construction industry has been hit pretty hard by supply chain issues, and the winter storms have presented pretty significant challenges for developers trying to timely complete construction projects throughout the region and then in the City of Pinole. So this proposed ordinance would amend the municipal code to provide the city manager or their designee the authority to modify construction hours on a case-by-case basis to provide greater flexibility for developers and assist timely completion of projects throughout the city. Both myself and Director Whalen are available to answer any questions that you may have, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, City Attorney Casher. What we'll do is go to council for questions and then we'll open the public hearing. Any questions from council members?
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Martinez.
Thank
Rubin,
you.
and then
Thank
we'll
you.
go to Sasaki.
Is part of are Sundays included as a possible day of the week when construction could occur?
Under the proposed ordinance, Sundays would be an option.
Any other questions, Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Sasai.
Yes, my only question is, in the parts of Pinole where we do have construction right now, or in the past, have we had any concerns from residents who live nearby about noise?
Councilmember Sasai, I can take that question if you'd like. Good evening, council, community development director Whalen here. So for the big project that's currently undergoing in the city right now, the Vista Woods project, we have not received any complaints about noise to date.
That's except for me. I'm just joking. I live pretty close, but I just.
Thank you, Director Whalen.
All right, any other questions by council members? All right, we'll open the public hearing. Are there any public comments for this item?
Rafael Menace.
Good evening. My name is Rafael Menace. I'm a resident of Pinole, and my questions on this item are relatively limited. It appears as though this proposed amendment to the Pinole Municipal Code would permit the city manager to allow any construction hours subject purely to their discretion. Are there any limits to the modification the city manager can make under this modification to the code other than discretion? For example, if the manager wanted to say acceptable hours would be midnight to 11:59 PM, Monday through Sunday, because the project was particularly urgent, would the city manager have the power to do that under this proposed ordinance? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments?
Yes, we have a couple online. We'll start with Cordell Hitler.
Can you hear me, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor Murphy, Council. I am Cordell Henler and I'm a Richmond resident. So thank you, City Attorney Casher, for this report. And all I say is that I'm asking that the council to waive the first reading of the ordinance in front of you. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Yes, Alfred two.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Alfred. I'm an architect. I've worked on a lot of affordable housing in the Bay Area. And a lot of other cities have these more extended hours allowing weekend work, which has been really critical this year because of all the weather related delays. And being able to work on some additional hours can really help, because a lot of projects we're trying to get done and get the outside sealed up before it starts raining again this fall. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
No, there are no more public comments.
Okay. Give it a few seconds just in case. All right, we'll close the public hearing on this item. And we'll go back to council questions or comments. Mayor Pro Tem Tom?
Yeah, I have a comment is that for work on weekends, it would be up to the city manager's discretion, and they can include that there will only be interior work, for instance. There's a lot of work that can be done on the inside of a building that's not going to have noise impacts in the neighborhood. And I suspect that that's really going to be the type of work. Maybe you have your carpet installers, your taping work on the inside, or landscaping, stuff that's not so noisy. City staff is not going to want to receive noise complaints for work on a Saturday or Sunday. So I think that's going to be part of the discretion. And that said, I'd like to move the item.
All right, there's a motion. If there is no other questions or comments from council, we'll go to, I need a second. Or Mayor Pro Tem Thompson needs a second. All right, thank you, Councilmember Tay. There's a motion on the floor and a second. Are there any questions or comments on the motion? Otherwise, we'll go to City Clerk Bell to call the roll.
Thank you. Council members Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Cave.
Yes.
Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. That brings us to the next item, which is item number 11, old business. There is no old business this evening, which brings us to item 12 under new business 12A, updating the procurement policy to require the use of union shops for city print work. And this one is a presentation by City Manager Murray. Good evening.
Yes, good evening. Thank you. I have a brief oral report on this topic. The city council requested as a future agenda item, a discussion of potentially updating the city's procurement policy that was, as you'll recall, recently updated for other purposes to establish a preference for the use of union shops for city procured print work. There's some basic background information on the staff report. The city spends approximately $30,000 annually on printed items. Those include things like forms, letterhead, business cards, some soft goods that we occasionally use for community education and outreach. And we currently use a variety of different vendors. We'll often, for a print job, it also includes banners that we've been using more of recently, as well as flyers. We'll often request quotes from a number of different vendors to see which vendors are most cost competitive and can meet the specifications of the job, including the materials and the timeline. We often use union print shops right now, just by coincidence, really. But we could certainly institute a new provision of the procurement policy to require the use of union print shops. I don't think there will be any notable increase in the city's expenditures. Print shops already vary based on their own business models and capabilities. And so if and we should note that the procurement policy already includes what would be referred to as social and environmental policies. So using the city's procurement dollars to advance issues and interests that the city council believes in. So this wouldn't be the first of those. And so we're seeking city council's direction on whether council would like city staff to come back at a future council meeting with potential revisions to the procurement policy to prioritize the use of union print shops for our city's print work. I will notice that there will have to be a little bit of flexibility in those provisions. There might be instances in which a union print shop might not be able to meet the specifications of a print job or the timeline requirements. But we can certainly establish a preference for union print shops and make that preference pretty rigid. So happy to answer any questions that the city council has.
Thank you, City Manager Murray. We'll go to council for questions. Any questions? From Tom.
Just trying to figure out what is the threshold that would it be any print job or just print jobs over a certain amount that would kick in the procurement policy?
The city council could structure it in any way it would like, and that could be further discussed and direction could be taken on that when we come back with proposed revisions. We have print jobs of all sorts of types, and the procurement policy of seeking to work first with union print shops is not more extensive. So I don't know that there needs to be, for practical purposes, any kind of a threshold.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Thomas. Councilmember Tave, did you have a question on this item?
No, just wanted to ask, as long as there's some type of rubric that we could use to prioritize union shops for printing. I do know that timelines matter, especially in that industry. So it may be something like if there's a tight turnaround, some of those larger shops aren't able to make it. So I think as long as there's some type of framework or rubric that you can use or develop to prioritize, I think would be a good thing. And so I'm in support of it. I just think that it probably should come back with that framework.
Okay. In that case, we'll go to the city clerk for public comments.
Thank you, Rafael Menes.
Good evening, I'm Rafael Menes, resident of the city of Pinole, and I've just got another quick question on this one. On page number 615, it says for fiscal impact, staff did not believe there will be any notable fiscal impact related to, or wait, no, but that's a different item, sorry. But I think for this item as well, it was noted that there wouldn't be a fiscal impact related to adopting union procurement policy. And I was curious whether that would just be the city would be buying fewer items at a greater rate, because I don't think the price is going to be identical between union and non-union shops. So I would assume there'd be at least some cost premium, even if it's not a colossal amount. So is it just the price will be the same because the amount of material the city's getting is going to be less, or the city's going to try and negotiate for a lower price, or some other thing that I'm just not considering? Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Yes, we have Cordell Hindler. Yes, go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor Murphy, Council. I am Cordell Handler, and I have a direction as well. So I would have staff to come back, at a future meeting, you know, with the revisions that's all, just direct staff to come back at a future meeting with the revisions. That's it.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Yes, Joe Summers.
Yes, Mayor Murphy and council, thank you for having me. My name is Joe Summers with the Contra Costa Labor Council. I'm calling in support of this item. From the staff report or the manager report, it was already acknowledged that you already utilize union printers for your printing aids. You already know that when using a union shop, you are ensuring that you have the quality and craftsmanship for your needed printed materials and is upheld by these professionals. But you also get the assurance that the workers receive good wages and benefits in a business that promotes a positive labor management relations. I believe that you know, this is something that the city of Pinole and its residents, this is in keeping with their values. You spent, you know, the first part of your meeting in closed session talking with the, you know, the workers, your city employees who are represented, and you know, making sure that they are treated well. And just as your city ensures that its workers are treated fairly with union representation, Pinole should ensure that the workforce it contracts with is also treated fairly whenever it can. So I believe this is good public policy, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other comments on this item? Public comments on this item?
No more public comment.
All right, we'll go back to council for questions or comments. Actually, before we go to council, there was just a public comment about the fiscal impact. I think it was spoken to, but City Manager Murray, if you can speak to that.
Yeah, happy to address it. It's not, we're not envisioning doing any less print work. Right now, the current circumstances without any preference are that sometimes union print shops are lower cost than the non-union print shops. Labor is only one factor, the type of equipment they have and their specialties. And there are other factors. So no, it's not the intention that we would be doing any less print work or negotiating any more than we normally would. The city spends a relatively small amount of money on printing already. And so even if there is a small increased cost, the staff report says we don't expect there to be any significant increase. And that's certainly the case because our overall printing expenditures are quite low already.
Thank you. All right, council, any questions, comments, or motion? Councilmember Sassari.
Yeah, I concur with the rest of my colleagues in terms of when staff does come back, or should come back with an update to procurement policy, taking practicality into mind. When I requested this item, I didn't expect that when Mayor Pro Tem Toms and I get our physical agenda packet in on a Thursday, I don't expect staff to go all the way down to Martinez to print shop to get that. But other than that, I think it's great. We, as the staff report said, we spent approximately $30,000 annually for print work. This is tens of thousands of dollars going to union print shops and good paying union jobs. So I'm in support of this, and I'd like to make a motion if that's
Yes, let's just make sure there's other, if there's any other comments from council. Otherwise, we'll go back to the motion. Councilmember Martinez Rubin, did you have a?
Thank you. Just to clarify, when we're talking about print work, we're talking about the use of a print shop versus photocopying, which is, I think, is what you get when you request a hard copy of the documents, which FYI to the public, they can be up to 1,000 pages for any given meeting. And that will remain in-house. The kind of printing that we're talking about are the kinds of special, full color requiring a press that we see the product of when we receive something like the mailers that the city has been using to inform every household about a certain kind of survey that we're doing. For example, that's the kind of thing. So just wanted to clarify that will be the city will continue to do its own photocopying in-house. Yes, correct.
So I think a photocopy could be considered a print work. It really depends on whether we outsource it or not. So we're not envisioning changing the service model per se. It's for things that we're currently outsourcing. print work of, we'd continue to do so with a preference for union printing. And if there's a volume or capacity issue regarding photocopying, that might be done by a print shop.
Thank you. Okay.
All right. Then we'll go back to Councilmember Sasai.
Yes, and one quick comment too. I do think that it's really important that on the items that we do get printed from these union print shops, making sure we have the union bug as part of that and show anything that's good for visibility. You know, and when should this policy come back, that's one of the things I'll be asking for sure. So I'd love to make a motion. I'll make a motion to direct staff to come back and present to council an update to a procurement policy to require the use of union print shops for city print work.
Okay, thank you.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Toms. There's a motion and a second. Any questions on the motion? All right, City Clerk Bell.
Council members Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Cave,
Yes.
Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you so much. And thank you again, Councilmember Sasai, for this wonderful idea to push forward. And we'll take us to 12B, which is our discussion and possible direction, regarding the city's intergovernmental legislative review and action process. Back to you, City Councilmember Murray, City Manager Murray, excuse me.
Thank you.
I'd say it's late, but it's not actually that late yet. So
That's fine. Thank you again. I have a brief verbal presentation on this item as well. The city council requested that staff bring an item related to the city council's legislative advocacy process. So as you all know, the city council, many city councils in the Pinole City Council periodically like to express an opinion on a proposed state or federal or regional legislation. The city council does have a process to accomplish this right now, which is through the existing request for future agenda items process. It's outlined in the city council meeting procedures. But as you know, that kind of requires at least two council meetings, one which the item was requested and a second at which the item can be heard. And sometimes based on the timing of meetings, that might delay the city council's action beyond when it's relevant. And so I believe the intent of this item was to explore a complementary process. This would not, we wouldn't need to eliminate the existing process. The request for future agenda items process could still be used for taking a position on legislation. But many cities have an alternate complementary process to allow more rapid action when it's needed. The staff report presents two different models, both of which are commonly used by cities. The first is the city council creates a platform that expresses its position on some of the items of greatest concern, and it then deputizes one or more specific city individuals to submit position letters based on the criteria outlined in that legislative platform. So that would require the city council developing its own legislative platform. It could try to address all of the matters of municipal affairs or a narrow band. And as you see from some of the examples, those can be quite extensive. Another option that's commonly used by cities is to establish a subcommittee of the city council, the members of which could either make recommendations to the city council on positions or under certain circumstances themselves make a decision about the city's position. And so both of those are, as I mentioned, commonly used frameworks. I think the city staff is happy to support the city council in further developing either of those approaches if the city council would like to proceed. I think an appropriate mechanism for your consideration would be to establish an ad hoc city council subcommittee to look into this issue of proposing a legislative advocacy framework for the full city council's consideration. I will mention that another model that some cities use is to authorize one or more city individuals to submit position letters based on positions taken by other trusted organizations. That means you need to find other organizations with viewpoints that the city council always supports and just say, hey, if such and such organization has a position, then this, the city of Pinole also feels the same. That's a more complicated framework that doesn't provide as much latitude and intervention by the city council. So happy to answer any questions about these models and take whatever direction the staff city council would like to provide.
Sure. We'll go to council for questions, and I see the first question from Mayor Pro Tem Tom.
Yes, thank you for the report. We have a number of subject matter experts that are employed here by the city. And I would suspect that the community development director probably gets involved with various organizations and hears about bills. Probably same with Public Works, definitely with the police chief, definitely with our city attorney, city manager. I'd be interested in having staff also submit legislative platform items. I do that in my own day job, and as do other county departments submit things. They don't submit, the items are submitted based on, what's in the general plan, what are implementation measures, what are, what's the policy for the Delta, what's the policy for, smart growth, those kinds of things. So I want to make sure that we're not just, selecting two committee members that don't have a basis for suggesting the platform. So if it could be something that, staff can even prepare and we add to, but I wouldn't see it as something that would be mainly authored by council members.
I have a couple thoughts on that. One is our existing process for agenda development allows city staff people to bring forward for city council's consideration position letters. It hasn't happened very often in my time in Pinole, but in the same way that city staff brings forward a contract or some other thing for city council's action, presently city staff could bring forward position letters on legislation. So I think that's there's already an existing process for that. To the issue of getting city staff input perhaps on the city council's positions. So if the city council elects to establish a ad hoc subcommittee to develop its platform, there would be city staff people would be happy to help that subcommittee develop that platform. Or if the city council would like to establish an ad hoc and ongoing or an ad hoc or a standing subcommittee that meets periodically to look at legislation, city staff, of course, would be, there'd be a liaison and be happy to support the city council on that. So both of those things can happen. The city staff is already if the city council would like, bring forward more recommendations for positions, and we can support the city council in its analysis.
The one that I'm have experience with is one where the platform is renewed every year. So it's a big platform, like some of the examples that you provided. They're not just one off as, hey, this is coming up, so let's discuss it. It's a set platform and it's very broad, so that if there is a piece of legislation that fits in that category, it's already a done deal that it supports the legislation, and you kind of go with that. It's a heavy undertaking the first time, and then after that, it's just updating it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem Chams, if I can add to that. So as on the MCE Clean Energy Board, we did the familiar task, which was the staff developed the legislative goals, and similar, actually it looked very similar to Danville. I wouldn't be surprised if it was pulled from there, but our MCE Clean Energy's platform around legislation, we don't have necessarily a legislative subcommittee, but we did do some groundwork where the staff created something like Danville overview and legislative principles, as well as kind of that policy platform. And then as council members, or in that case, directors, are interested in different policies, they just reference what piece of that legislative platform is relevant or germane to the individual bill, or sometimes even a regulatory rule that oftentimes happen. And it actually works pretty swiftly. I am of course, open to a legislative committee process. I just feel like it may be a little bit of both a mundane process, because I think the council may want to tap into some of the issues that are important to us, mainly because I think we all serve on some form of a policy committee with Cal Cities, and do additional work as well. I'd be interested in if staff could prepare something like Danville's legislative framework, and then just presented it to us as a council, given some of the issues we've already brought up. Perhaps even, yes, some of the issues that are connected to some of our partners like Civic Well, as well as Cal Cities. And perhaps as a council, we can determine, make those edits at a future council meeting. I know we're tapped out until September, but maybe we can find some time to discuss and continue the conversation if we can't do it in one council meeting. I am interested if there was, from staff perspective, if there was, outside of the development of that framework initially, if you all see value in the legislative committee outside of that or in addition to that.
So I think it comes down to a decision about whether you want to have a committee. So there's two parts of this recommendation. One is a limited term ad hoc group to make a recommendation to the city council about how to approach this. And again, the two approaches that most cities use are you create this long list of a framework, or you don't. You have a smaller list and you have a subcommittee of the council that's making these decisions. So I think if the city council is prepared to make a decision about what version of those two models they prefer right now and wants to provide direction to staff to come back with a refined specific proposal on how to implement one of those two, staff would be happy to do that.
Okay. Any other questions from council? Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Comments.
Okay.
So, no. Stay for comment time.
Sure. I mean, feel free to. I just wanted to make sure we open up public comment on this item too, if we have it.
Well, let's go with public comment and then come back.
Okay, for sure. Questions?
So the staff recommendation to establish an ad hoc subcommittee, can you give a little more clarity on the scope of that said subcommittee? Would it just be tasked with making a recommendation in terms of what type of standing committee would be eventually established, or would it also include the legislative framework or legislative agenda of the city, or both?
It's really up to that subcommittee and the city council in creating it. And again, I think, the two main models are you have this ongoing standing legislative committee that decides what the city's position is, or you have a framework that then deputizes or multiple individuals to submit letters based on that framework. So those are two different models. And one question that the ad hoc subcommittee could address is, which of those two models would they recommend to the full city council? And further, if they were recommending this detailed platform model, that subcommittee could develop that detailed platform. So the city staff could take a crack at that and come back to the city council with a proposed framework. There's a lot to go on, right? We have a strategic plan. We've got a record of the city council's actions on various issues, so that would be fine. Or the city council can do that through the subcommittee process also with staff support. So the scope of the activities of that ad hoc subcommittee really depends on how the city council wants to define it.
Got it. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? We'll go to the city clerk for public comments.
Thank you, Rafael Menez and Maria Alegria.
Good evening again. My name is Rafael Menes, resident of Pinole, and I guess my question / comment is more to the intent of this item. I mean, I get that having a legislative platform would be beneficial to the city, but it seems like a lot of what this item is working on doing is basically having the city put forward policy letters and so on without having the council as a whole engage with it. Either have staff directly have the authority based on a written out policy platform, or have certain particular subject areas or just in general sort of shifting the burden or responsibility of communicating with other levels of government to support or oppose legislation to either a consultant if the city goes down that road or to city staff based on developed policy that presumably would be a policy platform that would presumably be voted on by the council as a whole. And while I do recognize that the priorities of the platform would ultimately be set by the council, I think that there would be a loss of community engagement, not having the council itself voting on the items, even if it's just as a consent calendar item that's basically waved through by the council after a public comment or two, as often happens, rather than just having it be, I don't know, at the end of the year, council hears back from staff. Oh yeah, we sent letters supporting this legislation, and this legislation based on the overall platform that was drafted. And then council's like, do we really want to back legislation X? And they wouldn't have an opportunity to provide feedback because it would just be one-time feedback. Basically, you set up the policy agenda, there's a vote on that, and maybe there's votes when the policy agenda is reviewed every so often. But for any given piece of legislation, for any given item, there's not really the opportunity for public input and feedback. There's not really the opportunity for council input and feedback. It's just all at once and then nothing. And while that would make council meetings more efficient and flow faster, I still think there would be something lost not having the particular items be brought before the council for consideration and for public comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Yes, Maria Alegria.
Good evening, council. Maria Alegria. I don't get this. Got the League of California Cities, Mayor Murphy, you mentioned all these other state organizations. I just, for lack of a better word, it just seems like it's going into a circular file that nobody's going to see or see light of day. I like the idea of a platform. That could be something to be incorporated in your strategic planning effort. Legislation is like making masa. What masa is, you need it. Flour, you need it. It goes this way, it goes that way. So it really needs full transparency. I actually think this is the role of the city manager and the mayor and mayor pro tem to look at these issues, talk about them. And then talk with your department heads. I just feel like there's this disconnect. I don't know if this is ready for prime time. Maybe you need to talk about it a little bit more exactly as a council, maybe visit your strategic planning process. But I really, you've got the, Cal Cities that is, doing a lot of heavy lifting. Maybe sit down and consult with them. I don't know, but, paying your dues member, you're paying, use the resources that you have at your service. So that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments?
Yes, Cordell Hitler.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Murphy, council. I am Cordell Handler and I am a Richmond resident. So thank you, City Manager Murray, for this report. So here's what I'm thinking. Actually, there's three parts to this. So I do attend the City of Berkeley standing committee meetings that every month, and I do participate in the process of because each standing committee is comprised of 3 council members and an alternate. So I'm thinking that that staff should look at the City of Berkeley's standing committees and what their how their process goes, for legislative business. So that's one. And then number 2 is the city of Richmond, we used to have like standing committees that would meet monthly, but then it got discontinued for various reasons. So look at that model. See how this would tie in with the legislative process. So, and third is I agree with Maria Alegria about in order for it's this, I mean, I'm thinking that you would direct staff to come back, with these with the comments that I just said. Look at other cities, what their committee procedures are, that type of thing. So I do agree I do agree it's not ready just yet. So hopefully my comments have been heard. That's it.
Thank you. Any other public comments on this item?
There are no more public comments.
All right, thank you. We'll go back to council for comments, questions, or motions. Councilmember Martinez Rubin, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. So as part of the strategic plan that we adopted in 2020, there was mention there to create a process to allow some way that as a council, we would have fairly equal understanding of a particular piece of legislation. And that's how this came about. And efficiency is important in our city. It is one of the goals in our strategic plan. And I don't think it's going to be modified anytime soon or even in the future. I think we got to strive for that. Towards efficiency and towards all of us being as close to equally informed about a piece of legislation and the implications of that legislation in Pinole locally. I think it's important that we make public what is a priority to us in a statement, in a legislative platform statement that identifies very overtly that municipal services, which are often what we hear about in public comment about having improved roads and having safety programs available, et cetera, that those be outlined and perhaps examples given to illustrate how forthcoming legislation that we can't even think about today, but that fall under the heart of what makes up what municipal services are, that be presented in a statement that we can all refer to. And that statement or core platform be based on our guiding documents, the general plan, strategic plan, any master plans that we may have, just as was given as the examples that we got from staff. And thank you for having a collection of those different ways that other cities have created their means of advocating for themselves and identifying legislation on which they will spend time, whether it's city council time or individual council members' time or the public's time, if you will, and staff time. Now that I'm augmenting, it's every one of us involved to focus on certain aspects of legislation. As we have experienced here on this council, there will be any one of us who may have an inkling more than the other about a particular piece of legislation because we have become aware of it through whatever means, either our direct involvement on serving on policy committees through Cal Cities or because of our affiliation with advocacy groups. So how do we then have a fairly equal understanding of any piece of legislation that affects Pinole? There's a question. We also have witnessed and we have heard time and time again when there is an interest in a particular piece of legislation at the state or federal level, that there are questions raised by some members of the public here in our city as to the relevance of that legislation locally. And I think that is in their mind and in their right to question that and how much time we spend, our own time, the public's time, staff's time, on discussing and or debating a particular piece of legislation. So it takes us back to what are the basics? What are those essential pieces of legislation that are not going to change because of how our city runs or how it's supposed to run? And to look even at the examples that were presented as part of staff report, there is language in any of those examples that speaks to things that we don't even understand of each other until they come before us. We don't understand whether we would support one matter or another. As an example is tonight's example of ACA 4, right? And so that someone can argue is related to the primary reason or to municipal services, and some people would argue differently. The public comments that we largely heard about were from people outside of Pinole, which again is a shame because we don't have the people, our own residents, coming to speak on certain items. And that's a larger issue that we have. And I think it's not unique to Pinole. It's a matter of how do we, as council members, as well as how do members of the public become aware and eventually engaged in local legislation that would affect their lives as residents and as would-be beneficiaries of how the city runs. And that includes how staff spend their time, how we spend our time. So to have something created that that identifies what the priority pieces of legislation would be for us, non-controversial, but basic and relevant to municipal services. That I think in and of itself speaks to the need to have such a document, which we don't currently have. And it saves us time. It's a reference document and we can see back perhaps in 2023, 2024, 2025. With a new legislative session, there are probably going to be pieces of legislation that are, again, about municipal services. Other topics or issues that come before us because of our familiarity with different advocacy groups, people from out of town, our own involvement with particular parties, political parties, then expands our mind and our orientation and our perspective as to what ought to be brought locally. Some of you have heard and have actually stated and made the quote, all politics is local politics. Well, we also know that in Pinole, as we operate now, we are supposed to be nonpartisan, but no doubt partisan politics enters our discussion. And that's where we get into a little bit of a, again, opportunity for, some would say for engagement, others would say opportunity for discussion and transparency. Whatever it is, we're still spending time on a particular issue. Why not cut down on those very pieces of legislation via a legislative platform that readily identifies what we are likely to agree on to begin with? And so Mayor Pro Tem's suggestion about having staff draft a document, AKA legislative platform that identifies per what existing guiding documents are already in place and have already been adopted by council would be a start toward that. And then City Manager Murray's comment about having that, if I understood correctly, or maybe I want to understand it this way, having that complement what we already do, which is to bring a request for an agenda item on a piece of legislation on which we will have different perspectives and or different levels of awareness is still going to be in place. So I speak to, let's have staff start helping us out, identifying the core of what kind of legislation would maintain, sustain, make it possible for municipal services to exist. If not as we know them now, that they would be better in those areas of improvement that we wish there were. And this would be based on their familiarity with the particular documents that they refer to for their own work, along with what they know from their peers in other cities, along with the guiding documents we already have in place. Bring that back to us, and that'll be something more than we currently have.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Tom, do you want to make the motion, make your statement in a motion? And I think we are in alignment of the council here.
So I make a motion that we have staff return with a draft legislative platform based on our existing adopted plans.
I'll second that. Any questions or comments? All right, City Clerk Bell, can you call the roll, please?
Thank you. Does staff have enough direction?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
No.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Are there any other motions on this item? Not seeing any. That means we'll conclude item 12B. And that brings us to item 13, citizens to be heard. This is the second portion. Do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, thank you. Maria Alegria.
Thank you so much for indulging me. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry I missed the first citizens to be heard. But two things. One, I wanted to applaud Councilmember Sasai's recognition of Filipino Flag Day. It was a wonderful event. It was so wonderful that I got the tail end of the Confire Town Hall. I wanted really to be there because I wanted to learn more about our partnership with Confire, especially around fire prevention. Unfortunately, I got to the tail end, so I got to talk to a few department heads, but I was surprised that I didn't see any city staff at this town hall. Maybe they left early, I don't know. So my comment is about what type of partnership are we developing with Confire? I didn't see any public information about the town hall. Thank you, Mayor Murphy, for sending me the Facebook announcement. So how are we letting people know of these things that are happening with Confire? That's really important for me, a person who lives in the valley, who's been here maybe the 5th time, letting you know that fire season is here. Fire season is here. And I've already done my due diligence for my hill. I hoping that my neighbor does her due diligence on her hill. I've done my work. I don't see anything coming back from the city hall on responding to my concern. I did learn from Confire is that they have an awesome fire prevention program. But because code enforcement is within the jurisdiction of Pinole, it's their bailiwick. So I'm just saying, did you think about that when we did this agreement? Maybe bringing in Confire, contracting with them. City Council, maybe it's time to look at that because they apparently have these programs available for folks in Confire. So I just, weed abatement is our responsibility. I need our city to really be proactive and helping me help my neighbor do their work to prevent fires in the valley. Because fire season is here. I'm keeping my fingers crossed that my neighbor's kids don't throw off fireworks and that hill will go up. And who's going to be responsible for that? Thank you.
All right. Are there any other public comments?
Yes, we have several online. Cordell Hindler.
Can you hear me, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
So I got a number of things to say. So first, good evening, Mayor Murphy, Council. My name is Cordell Hindler, and I am a very concerned Richmond resident. So number one is I wanted to extend my congratulations to the Pinole Valley High soccer team and the tennis team, and I was impressed by their athletic abilities. Winning state championships and all those things. I was like, I'm very proud of the Spartans. So that's one. And then number two is I was watching at the previous meeting. I said I do agree with Mr. Anthony that every time he calls in, he always gets cut off. And I will remind the council once again, you're supposed to listen to your constituents whenever they bring a concern to you all. You're supposed to listen to them because I have looked at other cities in West County, and they feel that the mayors do allow the public to finish their comments. So as a courtesy, your constituents are the ones that voted for you. So if we can show a little transparency, that would be very appreciative. And then the third thing I was going to say is that for a future agenda is to invite Danny Wan, WAN, or representative to come and speak to you all about the plans that they're working on for the Port of Oakland as it's adjusting to the coming out of the pandemic, because it's very important to hear what the plans are in progress. So that's 3. And then the last item is let's see, as I was looking at the budget from the last fiscal year, and it says that I was looking at one of the positions that I had noticed, and I said an assistant city manager, because once again, I looked at other jurisdictions, and it seems that the assistant city manager does play a key vital role in government, because if the city manager is not there, that person will appoint the assistant CM as the acting city manager until he returns. So those are all of my comments, and I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Yes, Alfred too.
Thank you, everyone. I just want to say that I had an excellent time at the Pinole Pride event and hope the city will continue making this an event every year. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Yes, Irma Report. Ms. Report, are you able to unmute yourself?
I think we can if you speak up a bit more.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Sounds a bit away from the audio.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to move away. Good evening, Mayor. Well, I'll make it really quickly. Thank you. Pinole Pride was awesome. Bring it back next year. I just thought it was a great event. Thank you all for a beautiful, wonderful day that we all had and share in every respect of the appreciation for love for everybody. One thing I do want to add, Mayor and Council, as I was leaving the Pinole Pride, I happened to run into one of the firefighters that happened to show up late. I asked him why weren't they there earlier. They said that they weren't invited. They weren't they were miscommunicated. No information given to them about Pinole Pride. Mayor, I was so frustrated, and I'm really sad to think that we missed on inviting them. We have a car show this weekend, and I ask every one of you to call and invite our firefighters. We fought for them to be partners with Confire. They haven't left us. They're still here with us. And I just think that we need to do better. They're still with us and they're part of us. And I just, didn't appreciate the fact that something was miscommunicated. Someone didn't go out and follow suit on this. And the other thing I want to say is this past weekend, there were 3 events. I was torn by which one I should attend. I attended one and late on the other. So if we can do better on time, especially if it's the same day, scheduling would be awesome. And the other thing too is, Mayor, I just want to say that if a person is upset about the time limit, maybe tell the person they're running out of maybe in 30 seconds, like mine is 51 seconds right now. Remind the person that you're running out of time. You've got 40 seconds left, like I do right now, so that the person is warned about the 3-minute rule that we have. I know sometimes time, we let go a few more seconds, but it's not fair to everybody. We need to be fair and make sure that we give everybody the same time. And I think so far you've been very good with this time.
So Mayor, please call our firefighters, have them have a booth. Let's all volunteer and pass out information that they were there last week for at City Hall. And let's all share in this event coming up. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Yes, we have a telephone caller. Last four numbers 5748. Please go ahead and state your name and city of residence.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, my name's Anthony, a longtime citizen of Pinole, over 40 years, senior citizen, homeowner, taxpayer. I'd like to comment on what one of the last callers said with regard to the 3-minute time limit. I don't know why the on the television tape, it shows the time clock only for people with the time clock warning that comes along with it, which is very distracting, I might add, in the middle of someone's conversation, but I know you do what you have to do. But why do they have different protocols and treat people differently for the people that appear there downtown in person in your chambers versus the people that call in on Zoom or like I am doing now, both with the time clock and or not showing the time clock for giving them the warning in the chambers. And like one of the past speakers, I believe she went on and on, Ms. Alegria, for up to 8 minutes at one point, commenting on some agenda items or so. But I guess that's the way it is when you know somebody and you appear in person, but you shouldn't be discriminating. Everyone should be given equal time, and they should at least be given 5 or 10 seconds to finish their sentence and or their comment before you chop them off, because you either want to go home early or you don't like what they're saying or you don't have an answer in response in that effect. But moving forward on that note, I'd like to repeat again for several times I've done with two council members, Letitia, Public Works Department, verbally and in person, that the street light problems, outages we still have in our public infrastructure for public health and safety up and down Pinole Valley Road. From Henry Street, there's several bulbs that need to be replaced or checked or rewired, light poles that are missing up, and street lights, a total of about a dozen, all the way up to Mod Pizza past the Pinole Valley Trader Joe's Shopping Center. Also, several on San Pablo Avenue, down towards
Sir, you
Sugar
have 30
City.
seconds.
And also the traffic street signs and traffic street corners are being obstructed by trees and bushes that we can't even cut back. So how do you gonna hold people accountable for that? And our bathrooms, our public bathrooms are still in disrepair. Oh, I might add the street lights again on Adobe Road turnabout are still off, as well as in the adjoining barbecue grove. Next door, the street pole lights are.
All right, thank you so much. Do we have any other public comments?
No, I would love to address some of the questions that the speaker just asked of us, if you don't mind.
Sure, City Clerk Bell,
Thank you. So I just wanted to clarify a few things. So one of the reasons that we have the time clock going on for remote speakers is because they don't have the ability to see the visual cues that we have set up here in the chambers. So it is an attempt by staff to give all speakers a little bit of a warning so that they know when their 3 minutes is coming to an end. So that's the first thing. Here in the chambers, we have lights that are at the podium, and for the remote speakers, we do have the timer in place. Oh, thank you, Mr. Snell. Secondly, just for the consent calendar items, if a speaker is here in person and they want to speak on multiple items, they get 3 minutes per item. So I just wanted to basically, any member of the public can speak on any agenda item and they get 3 minutes apiece, which is why some of those comments went longer earlier. So just wanted to make sure that all the members of the public are aware that they can always speak on each item for 3 minutes. And then lastly, I think if speakers do have comments that they think are going to go longer than 3 minutes, you're always welcome to submit written comments. You can do that in advance of the council meeting. That way, the city clerk's office can distribute your comments. We can send them out to council. We can also post them online to make sure that the council and the public are receiving all of your feedback. So just wanted to provide that information.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk Bell. All right, well, that closes out the second public comment, but we're not adjourning. We will go back into closed session, and then we'll come back in here to adjourn the meeting when that time comes. So we will go back into closed session. Thank you. I know, I'm sorry. I did. All right, we are now reconvening from our closed session. There is no reportable action from our closed session, and that means that we'll adjourn the city council meeting of June 20th to the next city council meeting of July 18th in remembrance of Amber Sports. Good night, everybody.